have some information put in right now. There's obviously a lot of decisions we have to make on certain items. Karen, you can expand on some of the information we got from the state, but the state did extend the deadline for filing the budget. It has to be introduced by April 28th or the next meeting after April 28th. So we can do the first introduction at our May meeting if we like. If we're ready and we want to introduce it at the April 16th meeting, we can do that as well. But we have time to do the first introduction until the May meeting, but then it has to be finalized by the end of June, the second reading in June. So that's the timeline we're working with here. So I'll just kick it over to Karen, and I guess between Karen and John, if you guys want to go through this in a way, I'll let you run it.
Yep. Before we do that, I just want to let everybody know, if for some reason this meeting drops, we're all going to try to connect again. It may take a couple minutes or a few minutes from my old computer, so I'll try to probably restart my computer and then start the meeting again, and everybody could try to reconnect. Okay? Okay.
Okay. So this is my first budget meeting with you guys. So do you typically go line by line? Where do you want me to go through the document that I had sent over and kind of explain some of the budget requests and just take it from there?
Yeah, I think Karen would be a good idea is if you could just give a quick synopsis of what's in the document you sent. Because we had a lot of different requests from different departments, what you've included in this version and what's not included in the version, what we put in or what we haven't put in. So
Sure. Let me share my screen and I'll bring up the document here. Can you guys see this?
No.
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 Oh, there we go.
Let me see if,
Okay.
yeah, you can.
My Excel spreadsheet. Okay, great. Okay. So in this document here, what I'm showing you is all the appropriations requests. So you'll see what the 2019 budget was, what actually was expended in 2019, and then what the request for 2020 is. And off to the side, I put some notes here of what exactly that request was for. And I believe some of the department heads are on the call, so they can probably also shed a little bit more light onto that. I also have here all of the revenues, what we would be expecting to anticipate in fund balance. You can see it's less than what was last year. And then some of our other anticipated revenues like our municipal court fines, those are down from last year. Interest and costs on taxes, interest on investments, and then some other revenues that offset your expenses. And also here I have a spreadsheet with the capital requests. And again, these are all up for discussion, but I tried to include a list here of everything that's been requested in 2020. And then it brings you back down to the tax impact. And John might be able to shed a little bit more light on this because my spreadsheet is a little different than his because I'm not netting out the open space. But with all the requests right now, if you take a look down here towards the bottom, you'll see what that tax impact is. And we're right now at a 13.3% increase from last year. So on an average home, which I have is $272,000, that would be $196 a year.
Okay.
Looking in cents, that's about an 8-cent increase from, well, a 7-cent increase from last year. So that's kind of where we're at right now. We probably want to discuss what some of these requests are. And how you'd like to move forward with that. And John, I don't know if you want, John Mooney, if you wanted to talk a little bit about the caps and exactly how much has to be whittled down.
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, before everybody, 8 cents or 7.2 cents is where we're coming in to start today's workshop, okay? This is not anywhere near where it's going to be. I know we go through this year after year. There are things that we can do and there are options that we have. My concern this year, and just in discussing this with clients already, I just want you to be aware, in any recessionary period, you might have a tougher year in 2020 when it comes to tax collection, when it comes to receiving state aid. There are things that are in place right now that are working against you. So I just want you to understand that going into this budget. There were a couple things I wanted to discuss before we even get into the line items of the budget. One of them being the municipal freeze that they just put in place. And about 4 days ago, 3 days ago now, every day it seems like something new is coming out, whether it's pushing back the introduction of the budget or telling us about the aid that they're going to freeze. Well, this aid that they're going to freeze does have an impact on you. The problem is they've given us no indication of how they're going to implement this freeze or how we're supposed to account for it. The main item on the list that will impact you directly will be the homestead benefit freeze. The homestead benefit freeze, and I have this document here. I don't expect you to all read it, but the top of the list at $141 trillion or million. It's almost $1 trillion in total, is homestead benefit program that they're going to freeze. And what that means to you is last year you had $165,000 of homestead benefit. So my concern off the bat is, how are you going to get that $165,000 if they freeze it? What's going to happen to your taxpayers if they freeze it? Because if you're receiving the benefit and they don't pay it, does that make the taxpayer delinquent? If you typically receive the benefit as a municipality, are you able to put it on as a receivable at year end and recognize the revenue in 2020? There's just so many unknowns out there. So I just want to keep you informed on that. And after we're done with budget discussion today, Karen had also mentioned that yesterday we were going back and forth through an email about what to do if you get into a cash flow problem. So I'd like to talk to you about tax anticipation notes and the importance to having something in place in case you needed to borrow money if cash flow became really hindered throughout this year. If we saw a period where that might happen, I'm thinking it would be in the summer months, but we can get to that a little bit later. Currently with this budget, you are over both of your caps coming into today. You have to be at or under your cap limits before you can even introduce the budget. You are about $41,000 under or above your expenditure cap and about $169,000 above your tax levy cap. One of the things that we need to discuss, and I think it's important that we finally have this class on deferred school taxes so that we're all aware of what we're doing with them year after year. That's one of your main issues there that could either make your taxes go down or put your capital needs into a bond ordinance and consider bonding them. So right off the bat, one of the first things you'd have to do is cut $41,000 just to get under your expenditure cap. After that, we can work with things and figure it all out, but that's kind of where we're coming into this. There was one question that I had, and I was going through the budget and looking at things. There were 2 roads that are being done. It looks like there's 2 state aid grants that are coming in. Richline Road had $150,000 and Dumont Road had $101,000. Those are both on the expenditure side of the budget. On the revenue side, I'm only seeing $150,000. I don't have
John,
101 in there.
so John, I had put that under Dumont because that's the cash match that we need for Dumont and Washington. So
Okay.
It actually should be under capital improvement fund. I kind of just had put it there.
Okay.
So that's not the Dumont one. It's just the cash match.
Well, I thought I had found 101,000 for you guys, but I didn't. So
No, sorry.
It's still out there. It's still in play.
Sorry about that.
Just in looking at your budget this year, you're inside the cap numbers. What you control, or the numbers that the state tells you that you can control, are up 6.8%. That's a pretty big increase within cap. One of the big drivers for that is the PFRS. which is budgeted at 320,000. And last year we spent 225. Is there a reason that's up so much?
So that's the pension is based on the second quarter reporting from
Right.
2 years prior. So unfortunately, I mean, every year the percentage also goes up of what the employer has to contribute. So I don't know if there were some staffing changes where maybe new staff got brought on or maybe officers stepped up, but it's based on the pension reporting from the IROC.
What year is
So-
that based on, Karen?
so that would
2008?
Yeah, 2018, the second quarter. So so whatever is sent to the state reporting for the second quarter of salaries is what you get billed for 2 years from then. So if you have a lot of staffing changes on that second quarter and maybe someone leaves on the third quarter, you don't get the benefit of that in 2 years. So it's just how the state runs.
I don't
Karen, does
remember.
that-
That's- I think we might have put, is Rich Hummer on or not?
Yeah, he is.
Hey, Rich, did we put people on in 2018 that could have been increased? I know we hired 17 or 18, 2017 or 18. You there, Rich?
I see him there. Oh,
Hmm.
Can you hear me?
there you go. Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm just looking up now. I believe our last hire was 2017.
17, okay.
Let me just confirm.
It still seems high though, Karen, because those guys only start at like 50,000. So, I mean, how does that make up for 95,000? Even if you hire two guys at 60,000, there's no way it should be $95,000 fee.
Yeah, I don't know. I did take a look and it was based on the reporting, on the pension reporting. So,
Hey, Karen, so when they estimate the PFRS, it's an annual submission based on 2Q payroll, is that right? Every year you do this?
yeah, so it's based on the pension reporting. So every quarter we need to submit, it's called the IROC, a report to the state of what the salaries were for, what the pensionable salaries were for that quarter. And so the billing is based on a percentage of the second quarter. So like for instance, in April, we'll be doing the first quarter IROC for 2020. So in July, we'll be submitting for the second quarter IROC for 2020, and that will be what our billing will be for 2022. So
When that gets sent in, like what information is it they're using? Is it just the annual salary, or is it based on like quarterly? The reason I'm asking that, like, is it possible that when the second quarter 18 information was given that there was more than one quarter's worth of data in there?
no. So when you have to do that through a retro reporting. It's completely different. It's just a different spreadsheet that the state actually emails you, and the IROC reporting is done all on their website. So on the EPIC website. So yeah, that shouldn't have been the case. No.
Do you?
Our last,
Go
our
ahead. I'm
last
sorry.
hire, our last hire was in 2017, late 2017.
So I'm wondering if they didn't come on the pension until the second quarter of 18. They weren't reported yet. Because that can happen sometimes. Because before you can actually put somebody on the pension system through, do you know if they went through the academy at that point?
No, they were fully certified. They were already in the pension, so it's just a transfer.
It wouldn't, yeah. I wonder if the transfer took that long.
Hey, Rich, aren't some of the, I think there's like 2 officers whose steps come in towards the end of the year, right? Like, isn't one like November and one like August or something?
Yeah, we have 3 officers that are still in step increases that aren't topped out, and 2 of them are in the end of November 28th, and then the other one, our other hire, is August 17th.
So were all three of those 17 hires? So it was like August and November?
No, the other two in November were hired in 2000.
2016, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. That was
Well,
more.
hey, Karen, rather than us keep guessing, is there any way we could request an explanation from the state?
We could. Let me look into it. And I'll get back to you.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm.
May I step in here? I believe Barry Oberle's replacement was hired about March of 2018, Scott Ferguson. So that might show that
That won't
Barry
affect
retired the
PFRS.
end of 17.
Yeah, but
That
that
won't
would
affect PFRS. That would be PERS. So
hers,
it
yeah,
has to be a PFRS issue.
right.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't think there's nothing we can do about it right now, right? So it's got to,
We gotta get the explanation and see if,
yeah.
let's hope it's wrong and they just come back with a correction.
Yeah, yeah.
Time, 1 second, Lisa. While you're sharing the screen, maybe it's better to go to the active speaker mode so people can see who's talking. Just because we're
You mean while we're
recording it.
sharing
so
it?
I'm sure.
While we're sharing it with Karen's document, you mean?
Yeah, while the document's being shared, because I don't think you could see everybody who's talking. So if you go to active speaker, it'll highlight whoever's talking. So people on the video, if they watch it later, they could see it. Okay, that was it.
Okay.
Um, I
sorry.
just had a question, just to clarify. So that, John, you were saying that we're within the cap at 6.8%. That includes the bank cap, right?
Well, that's just your expenditures from what was budgeted, your adopted budget in 2019 to 2020. So your budget in 2019 inside the cap, put my old man glasses on here, 3.6 million for 19, and now it's 3.86 million in 20. So, I mean, that is partial driver, and that you do have to make some cuts to at least get 41,000 out of there to be cap compliant with the expenditure cap, because you have too much in expenses right now being budgeted. So, you know, my suggestion would be to focus on more of the big ticket items. And that's one of the reasons why I pointed you to the PFRS first, because there was a big increase. And then after that, start looking at individual line items.
Well, if
What's driving this
if
budget?
that PFRS is right, there's no way around that. We gotta pay that. So I guess
Right.
we better look for
Right, I
something.
just brought it up for conversation, and I think it's important that we look into it.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I mean, we're stuck with that if that's the number. I mean, that's not something we can reduce. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brad.
No, that was it. That was the only question I had. So, I don't know where we want to go next. Karen, you want to maybe some of the line items or
Sure.
talk about some of the, let's start looking at some of the items we have in here. And
Sure. So, so some of the, I can just go line by line. It should go fairly quickly, just so everyone's kind of aware. So, under the administrative and executive budget, there was an increase for the codification of ordinances. So that's why you'll see that budget going up a little bit. Let's see, Township Committee, hold on.
And how much was that, Karen? Was that 9,000? Is that right?
Yeah, so we're budgeting 9,000. But you'll see that the actual increase is only about 1,500 between the two lines.
Didn't we have this in last year as well? But I thought it was in a different line item. Was that the case?
So the challenge that I had with the budget is that the actual expenses were not broken down in the budget by sub-account. So I actually don't know what was budgeted for the codification of ordinances. All I can see was what was expended. And what I see from 2019 expended so far was just about $2,000. So, so I did see in a budget request for the 9,000. So that's why I've included it here. But you can see, I can expand these so you have a little bit more of an idea of what goes into each of these budgets. But here is line by line of the budgets. Now, when I in the system, it was only all put under one line item. So I kind of had to try and break it out of how things were spent. So, so that's what this is here. So when I'm looking at the codifications, it looks like we only spent about 2,000 in 2019, but we're budgeting 9,000. So that's kind of really what the driver is for this one.
And Karen, my question had been to you, just so that the governing body is aware, is that I thought that we had already encumbered a little over $7,000 additionally to 2019
Okay.
to get us up to date as of the end of last year. But I know you said you didn't see that, or you couldn't tell that that had been done, so.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering if, is that a bill that's come in?
Correct. That was
Okay.
work that we had done. I want to say that was all submitted, taken care of by October of last year.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll have to look into that a little bit more. But we're budgeting it again, and I mean, I think even if it does, you probably we could still work it into the budget, because it looks like expended, there's only been about 40,000. So there's still money left in that budget if it is out there. So, so it should be fine.
So my question is this a 1,000 a one-time item, Lisa, or is that
So we had two things that kind of happened. We needed to get up to date in terms of, I believe it was pulling in 2016, 2017, 2018 ordinances into the actual code. And the secondary thing that I was trying to do, if you guys remember, was have new code books printed, because they were never maintained the way that they need to be. And so part of the additional expense that I was hoping to defer to 2020 was having a certain number of code books actually printed, so that at a minimum, zoning, the clerk's office, and land use, and potentially a couple for the committee were available and complete. So that was that additional expense.
So is that, if we find that it's encumbered in 19, do we need 9,000 for 20?
I think that we could trim that 9,000 back. I think there was some confusion in there. I would have to find out from, again, part of the challenge here is not knowing, there's an annual cost of maintaining our code. I don't know what portion of that, is that number. That is an expense we're gonna have every year. That is maintaining it, updating it on the website, on the E-code, that sort of thing. The additional expense each year is the cost of incorporating your new ordinances. So that varies by how many ordinances, we adopt that actually need to be included in our code. So there would be a one-time, necessarily like a one-time catch-up charge here on getting these books made, but then each year, I would guess it would be 2,500 to maybe 3,500 to keep those books updated.
Okay. Hey, Karen, just a quick question, or John, whoever has the answer. What do we have for 2019 balance and appropriated reserves?
I think I have that number at the bottom here. John, do you have that off the AFS?
I do. I'm going there now.
And we just, I mean, there might be more, but.
You have appropriation reserves of 312,000, and then on top of that, you have 105,000 at year end, which are encumbrances payable. So roughly, you didn't spend about $415,000 that were in 2019's budget as of the end of 19.
But you have to remember that in like for instance, the last bill list, I think I had about $30,000 of 2019 expenses still going through it. So that's probably been chipped away a bit.
Yeah.
And if we compare that to the prior year, it was about 405,000 in 2018. So you're very consistent with where you were the last 2 years.
All right. I was hoping that maybe we'd have the $9,000 somewhere in there, but it doesn't sound like it may be there. So I think for now we leave it in until we can clarify, Karen, that it was encumbered, and if it wasn't encumbered, it stays in, and if it's been encumbered, then we'll just put in the annual amount, maybe somewhere around like the $2,000 range, because maybe that's what the annual amount is.
So if for some reason the paperwork got lost or whatnot, as long as it has a 2019 date on it, we can encumber it. So so it would be fine.
Okay.
So I'm not too worried about that. I just want to make sure it gets paid in a timely manner. But as long as something has been requested in 2019, it's got a 2019 date on it, we can absolutely encumber it now if it's not been encumbered. So I would just keep that in mind. So you might want to just look at this number, not for 2019 expenses, but for something for 2020.
And we can encumber it assuming that it had a budget, right?
Not necessarily because I had a budget, but because you got something quoted in 2019, or you had some sort of invoice for it, or there was a request to encumber it, and you're able to, whether it's an email or something like that, that would be fine.
Would that then now reduce the fund balance?
No. Karen knows that, when the bill comes in, it depends on when the work is done is what year it has to be charged to. So if the work was done in 2019, we can charge it to 2019. If it hasn't been done and it's a 2020 expense, you can't go back and charge that backwards anyway. You have 3 months to make transfers to those appropriation reserves. But given the light of the situation that we're in with all of these virtual meetings, it might have gotten, that last transfer that you were supposed to make may have been lost in the shuffle. So extending it to April, I'm not going to write you up if you do a transfer in April for appropriation reserves. If there's a bill that came in and you can't fund it in 19 because you don't have the money in a particular line item, make the adjustment, make the transfer in April and be done with it. So you do have a little flexibility this year.
All right, so let's move on. So the next would be for the municipal clerk. I have here a request for storage space, which actually I think is more filing cabinets. So that was for, I believe, $4,000. And I believe that those may have been purchased already. So
again, with this, Karen, what I had tried to do is, and again, I don't know how the budget was last year and how you're outlining it, because I believe I think it was $3,300 for the 10 cabinets that we just received was encumbered from last year, but I thought it went under buildings and grounds.
Okay.
So what I would be requesting would be the same amount be budgeted for 2020 to get us 10 more cabinets.
Got it. Okay.
Added a minimal, so.
Okay. I mean, for now I have it in the clerk's budget, so
great.
It doesn't really make a difference where it is. I could put it in buildings and grounds, but so these have not been purchased yet. Okay. Got it.
Okay.
So that's for that.
Before you move off that line item, because we're going to need storage space for the documents that are over at the old school. And that's going to have to either be, something that we negotiate with, maybe the Legion to use their space when it's available, or a storage, or we rent pods and put them in the parking lot temporarily until the time we can do it. But either way, no matter which solution we have, when we move those documents out of the school, we need to store them somewhere, and it's going to cost us some money. We don't have anything in the budget right now for that. So I'd suggest we put something in for that. I don't know what everyone else thinks.
I agree. So that we don't run into a problem later with that.
Yeah, I mean, if we're fortunate enough to sell the school, we got to get everything out, whether it's in May or October, but it'd still be in this year probably, so.
Yeah, I mean,
And if it doesn't sell, for some reason we're stuck with it, we have the money, I guess, for next year.
yeah,
Hoping that we sell it by next year.
yeah. I mean, either way, we're gonna pull stuff out. I mean, whether it sells or not, we have to get it out of there. It's a matter of if it sells, then we have to get it sooner than
Yeah.
later. I mean, my suggestion would be, it's already the end of March. I would plan on at least 6 months of expense, assuming we need some storage space from, June or July. Maybe we do 7 months of expense out. We're not going to be pulling this stuff out next week, right? It's probably not going to get to this until the middle of the second quarter, the end of the second quarter. So I'd put 6 or 7 months worth of expense in the budget for this for 2020. I mean, as a baseline, my question, Rich, the storage facility the police use, do you guys have an idea how much we pay per month for that right now? Isn't it like $380 or $400, somewhere in that range?
You know what? It keeps increasing. If you hold on one second, I'll let me check. I think it's I think I budgeted about. Oh, you know what? I think I do have it up. Hold on one second. It's I think it's going to change to $112 a month.
Oh. That's not
So
bad.
it's about, yeah, and that, I mean, I was looking to get out of that and get something built to keep on grounds, but it wouldn't be for record storage. It would be for equipment storage, because record storage would have to be more temperature controlled. So the unit would, I don't know, I guess you could use it, but Lisa, am I right to say, don't you have to have some kind of, if you do move records, does it have to be some kind of security to it other than just a lock, or am I wrong?
I think we'd have to pick and choose which documents we took from the school and put in an offsite storage like that, and just be careful with it and bring the more sensitive confidential stuff into the building. And, if it's temporary, if we're talking 6 months in a pod, I can attest to, due to a flood years ago, that, the records would be okay in a pod or something for that period of time.
Okay.
So I brought up, there's a stowaway self-storage, just to look to see what the rates are. So for like, I don't know what size we would need, but like a 10 by 10 would be like 120 to 170, depending on if it's climate controlled a month, just for a reference.
So why don't we do like
2,500?
yeah, 25. I was just going to say, maybe just put 2,500 in just to have a number.
Yeah. Oh, my formulas are in there. Okay.
One of the things that I'll just throw out there is that you have some old ordinances that are on the books that we'd like to see you clean up this year. And they total about $38,000 of old funded ordinances. One of them goes back to 2003 for the acquisition of property for $35,000. I think you're pretty much done spending money from an ordinance that's 17 years old. So if you canceled that money, it would go back to the original funding source. You'd have to look at the ordinance to see what it was. But you could reappropriate that money into a new ordinance to say furniture and equipment for municipal building. And through that, you'd be able to purchase the fireproof cabinets or your storage type cabinets out of there. You couldn't charge the rental expense for a pod or self-storage to an ordinance because it's not capital. But if you're buying assets, you can do that through the ordinance. So if you have $4,000 or $5,000 in the budget in here in different lines or in this line in particular, and you wanted to do an ordinance later on in the year, you do have the money to do that.
Okay. I guess we'll have to look up that ordinance.
Yeah.
Yep. There's 4 older ones. The other 3 have smaller amounts, and they're from 2003, 2010, and 2012.
And I believe that John and I had done some research on this early last year, right, John? Locating those?
Yep, it was the cleaner it is, the better. And, if we can clean that up and get that off the books, it puts more money in your pocket without raising taxes. And it gives you the ability to do some capital type items.
Good.
And that'll be helpful to know when we get probably into the capital requests too.
Yep.
All right, so moving on from financial administration. So this increase is due to the financial consulting expenses that you had with Phoenix Consulting when John Reinhardt and Debbie were in. So so that's something that service has already been done, and I believe they've completed it, but we do have to budget for when their bills do come in, which I believe John recently sent in a bill.
Does that include that is for the January and February numbers, right? Because
yeah, I don't know what the February numbers are yet, but I believe we got the
that.
January bill.
Yeah, the February should be less.
Yeah, no, I think so too. So anyway, so that unfortunately that budget is what it is. Next audit, this increase just bringing it in line with what was expended last year. I do want to look into make sure that the sewer was charged appropriately for the audit. So that's something I do have to look into. Payroll stayed the same, tax collector stayed the same, tax assessors the same. Legal, we reduced legal. Brad and I discussed this, and we thought maybe $135,000 was too much based on, I guess, your legal situation right now. I don't believe you have any really outstanding lawsuits where you're involving your attorneys too much. So we did reduce this, especially based on looking at the 2019 expended amount. You didn't really even come close to the 135, so we reduced this amount.
Yeah, let's just pause on that one for a second, Karen. I'd like to maybe other members of TC could talk about this one. I don't know what the breakdown of the 75,000 is, but this does not include, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Karen, like the legal expense for the planning board is a separate line, right?
Yeah, that's charged to their budget.
Okay, so this is strictly just the general matters. It would also include labor, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, right now, to my knowledge, we don't have much open at all. I don't even know if we have anything open. So legal expenses should be, hopefully pretty significantly lower than we've seen in prior years. I mean, we don't have any open suits right now, which is, I think, probably a first in Greenwich's history for the last 15 years. But I don't know what you guys think. I mean, there's probably even a little bit of room beyond the 110, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think we can go down a little bit there, but we never know. But yeah, I think we can still take some from there based on what last year was and what we had for this year.
I'm going to chime in here for a second. I don't expect it to be significant, if at all, but we are going to run into a small problem with solar on the front of people's homes. It hasn't all been figured out yet, but there are several homes that have solar on the front of it. 2 of the homes say they were approved for it, and we can't really verify that yet. And 2 did it without the proper procedures and zoning. I've had 2 conversations with Mike, very short ones and stuff like that. And the question is, how aggressively are we going to approach fixing that problem, or are 4 people, or at least 2 people going to get a buy, and from here on out restrict it? But you don't know what that does in the way of future litigation. Well, if you did it for this one, why not this one? Again, I don't think it's a significant number. I think 2 of them are going to get a pass, and the other 2 are going to need to be changed. I'm hoping that we've had all the conversations we need with Mike Lavery. But I do want to throw that out there, that there is a small chance.
So Paul, I thought, didn't like a few months ago, we passed something that we said all of this was just going to be a variance request through planning board.
Did, absolutely. And moving forward from that conversation, that's exactly how it's being handled. Unfortunately, there are 4 or 5 homes.
You might want to hold off talking about this until we can do an executive with Mike, because you might be getting into issues that could come up in litigation.
All right, well, I was just pointing out that there might be, but I don't expect that litigation to be a number. But just to be aware that it's a possibility.
Yeah.
So I'm with Brad and Bob on this, so I would like to take some money off of that number. Question.
So
I guess the question is how much?
Well, I think you can take 20 grand off the top.
That's what I'm thinking, going down to about 90. What's everybody else think?
Yeah.
I agree.
yeah, I'm comfortable doing that.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay.
Let me just put this in here. All right, so so moving on, engineering, we're going to keep the same. We did have to do a small transfer into the engineering, but hopefully we can keep within budget this year. Historical committee stays the same. Planning board, we actually reduced it based on their actual expenses this year. And if I unhide this, Brad, because I think we looked up some of their actual expenses. And it just looks like yeah. So we just reduced it because they weren't really spending up to their budget.
Right, so this year, there was discussion about starting the master plan review.
Okay.
So I think our attorney, John Drill, said that the date, we could move it to next year. So I thought the number was around 10,000 if we were going to do the review.
Okay.
But with the way the budget's looking, I think we're safe to move it to next year if we had to.
So I had a question on
With
that.
that being said, Frank, I'm working with the Highland Council to get not only that funded by grant money, a review of the sewer for the entire town per se, which is what Bob was hoping that we could one day do, is look at, a plan for 50 years. And the new and the updated stormwater one. I'm currently working with the Highland Council, and if everything goes right, and Mike Finelli's with me on it, Beth's with me, I've been discussing it with Bob, who will be part of the meeting at one point, we could get $100,000 in grant money, which is actually some of that's renewable to the following year. So I'd be comfortable putting that off in this one to see how that plays out. Our next meeting's at the end of April, and we should have a decision by June.
Decision on what? On if you have a grant?
On the $100,000 grant money for the master plan redo and any other plan, stormwater and all that good kind of stuff.
If I could just add something as well, when you do a master plan review, you can pass what is called a special emergency in your budget to do that.
Ask about that.
And you can spread that out over the next 5 years. So if it costs you 100 grand to do the master plan review, you can put 20,000 into each budget starting in 2021, hypothetically.
John, isn't that the
So-
same with, isn't that the same with the tax maps?
Yes, tax map revision, yep.
So I thought last year when we started the tax map work that we discussed that. I don't know if that was actually ever done that way, because I could have sworn the prior CFO, she put in 1/5 of or a portion of that tax map work. So can you combine the two, or is you have to do them separately?
They would be separate. But
The other thing
still
too,
accounted for in the same way.
so we have to, and I don't know if that's in this, Karen, I don't recall if we have any number in here for tax map work either. So
No.
that's been started, and now we're in year 2 of it. So we have to, that has to keep going. So we have to put something in for the tax map work. But I don't know if that falls under,
That might be, is that under assessor? Let me see. Let me expand assessor and see.
I believe that's where Kathleen had put it under the assessor.
Yeah. I don't see a specific thing for tax map, but there is a
That's
large
collection, right?
miscellaneous.
you got to go one down. You're under collection, right?
Oh, sorry. Let's see, tax map update. So there's about $4,000 budgeted
Okay.
for tax map updates. You
But-
still have a large amount left in miscellaneous for the tax assessor. So,
Yeah, the 4,000 sounds light, because I know the first year in 19 we were going to go light, and then it was going to escalate. I don't remember how much, but I think most of the work being done here comes through the engineering, right? Doesn't it come through Finelli?
Yes, but he was getting billed out of the tax map updates line from under the assessor for it.
Yeah, but I just thought that more work, like 19 was a light year, and then I thought 20 is he's gonna do more work on it. I thought it was gonna start to pick up. I don't know. That
I
might
mean,
be
it looks like you have some room in the tax assessor budget for that. I'm not sure how much tax map updates cost. Is there a cost associated with like each update?
I thought the whole update was wasn't the estimate like $50,000?
Okay. So you're
Over
going to spread
5
it over a
years?
few years. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was either over 3 or 5 years. I don't remember the number of years.
Okay.
And again, there's no emergency that was done in 2019. I just checked the state website to see if anything was filed. I know we don't have anything on our records that you have an emergency. So Karen, if you saw something, please let me know. But that's something that I would pull out of the budget, because if you're going to do that, do it as one big project and create the emergency, and then it'll at least defer it to next year, a fifth of it to next year.
So if the total project is $50,000,
Mm-hmm.
we would have to put 10,000 in this budget and defer.
Nope.
We wouldn't have to put anything in this budget.
No, because you would have the emergency in 2020. So
Okay.
we would get through the budget process, adopt the budget, then do an emergency, and the first year you have to come up with the 10,000 is 2021.
Okay.
Same with the master plan if you choose to do it that way as well.
What is it called again? A special assessment emergency? What?
Special emergency.
I know everyone, it sounds, I don't like the name of it. It's not really emergency, right?
No, it's something that, the state allows you to update your codes and your different areas. And, they say that it would create hardship if you did it all in 1 year and had to pay for it in 1 year. So they give you the ability to stretch it out over 5 years.
And a lot of that, John, has to do with the fact that, like, say you wanted to do a reevaluation, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars. So
Same
it's kind
thing.
of, yeah, that's kind of where it probably came from.
Yep.
So if we want to do the master plan and we've already started the tax map, so is that an issue, John? Because we already started the work on it. Can we?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
So if we do this special emergencies resolution, we could defer tax map spend and the master plan spend to 21, but you could do the work in 20.
Yes.
You can start the work in 20.
Yes. Because what it'll do is it'll increase your expenditure side of the budget by, if you did, let's just use tax maps. It'll increase your 2020 expenditures by $50,000. Okay. So you have the ability to start spending because now you have the legal authority within your budget to spend the money. All right. Then what they say is, okay, you've put the emergency and the expense in 2020. Now you have to raise $10,000 a year from 2021 to 2026 to get rid of that expense. And that's where you'll have a deferred charge that needs to be budgeted for each year inside cap, or outside cap. I'm sorry, this is an outside cap issue. And you can get it done that way. I would forget about anything that you spent in 2019 and get from Mike Finelli what it's going to cost to do these projects. And then you do the special emergency in those amounts.
So my question is for the master plan. So if we, and how do you authorize this? Is it through an ordinance or a resolution?
The resolution.
The resolution. So we do a resolution in April, let's say, and we do the tax map and we do the master plan. If come June or July, or maybe even later this year, the grants that Paul's talking about, if we were lucky enough to get a grant, can we then reverse the master plan resolution?
You can within the same year. Okay, so before the end of the year, you would have to cancel it out and we'd be done. If it went into next year, say it went into 2021, and on January 1st, 2021, you get notice that you're going to get the grants. Well, the emergency is still the same, and you would still have to raise it now for those years. But then you can put the grant money aside to fund the emergency. Accounting wise, we'll make it all work.
So,
but I'm just letting you know you have the option to spread it out over 5 years.
Okay. So we could
add a budget here if you're looking to make cuts.
So we could spread it across 5 years. We could reverse it if we get the grant money in the same year. If we get the grant in the next year, we can use it against the expenditures. but don't grants usually don't you have to use them within a certain time period? Like, don't you have to
Yes.
within like 2 or 3 years? So what happens?
But it depends on the grant and what the grantor is letting you, what time period they let you do it in.
Okay. All right. So I guess the question I have for the TC is, what do you guys think? I mean, I think we can do this for the tax maps. To me, that's a no-brainer. I mean, we should just do that. The master plan, I don't know. Do you guys want to do that now, or do you want to wait to see where the grants come in? And then if we don't get the grants, we can do the special emergency in 21.
Yeah. Let's do it that way.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think that'd be best.
All right. So
I agree.
hold off on the master plan special emergency, and we won't budget anything for it. But the tax maps, that means we could pull 4,000 out of this budget here, and we'll ask Finelli for costs for the remainder of it, and we'll do a special emergency and defer it for the next 5 years then.
Okay. Okay. All right, so moving on, the next one would be the police. Now, it looks like there is a decrease, but it's actually not. I just moved the lease payment for the purchase of the police cars down below. So if you add the two together, I believe it's around the same. If not, let me add them together. Could probably just do it in line above.
89, 88.
It's just kind of
You're-
moving.
You're within $1,000.
Yeah, so the budget's about the same. So you can see.
Ken, before we talk about it, can we back up to the planning board though? We never really discussed bringing that in line a little bit.
Sure.
I mean, if they're budgeted 30, they actual 15, I feel comfortable taking 5,000 off of that. Still give a little room to play for a full board next year, because we're gonna have that affordable housing stuff reoccur. I bet you that there's a cost to that. Well, that would be going anyway.
That would be cool, yeah.
Yeah, right. But I'd be comfortable taking 5,000 from that budget.
How
Okay.
about we split the savings, 7,500?
All right? I'm easy.
What's everybody else think?
I'm
Good
okay
with
with
that.
that.
Okay. All right, so back down to the police. Now it was a little difficult for me because I was able to take the chief's requests, kind of line them up with what the sub-accounts are in the budget, but it's hard to identify where really the increase
Before we
would
move
be.
on,
Sure.
Before we move on, I want to just pass that number along to the planning board chair. What was the final number that we had on planning board now? And what was the reduction?
It was reduced by, total it was reduced by 12,500 and the final's 22,500.
But Frank, you gotta
reduced
tell
by-
them that, you gotta share with them what we spent last year.
So
Sorry, it was reduced by how much?
it was reduced by 12,500. The 2019 budget was 35,000. And then the 2020 is 22,500.
But the
And we
actual spend is
expended,
15.5, call it.
Yeah, they spent 15.5.
okay, got it. Thanks.
And I would highly suggest pushing the introduction back to May, just because say you get a response back from the planning board chair, this way we would have time to actually make changes. Like if that was taking too much out of their budget, you know, so it would give us a little bit more time.
Well, there's a few things, right? Yeah,
Um,
a few things we gotta validate.
Yeah, and because I mean, obviously we should go back to the departments and let them know. And then if there's a real pushback, you guys can maybe reevaluate if you want to. And that May introduction would give you more time for that.
Yeah, and plus we're
So
gonna have to wait we have to need a response from PFRS too, so that may take that long too.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I don't think the PFRS number is really going to change. I'll contact the state about it, but if that's what was reported in the second quarter,
Well, I still would like to know I just like to see the numbers and see how. they
yeah,
came to
absolutely. Yeah, I'll pull the report from Epic.
Okay,
It's
But I think, Karen-
we finally gotten access to it, so
great.
anyway.
I think if there is a change though, Bob, I don't think they're gonna change it for 20. They'll probably just put it in 21.
Yeah,
You wanna-
it could be, but
Yeah.
I just find
Yeah, you
that so
probably
high.
gotta-
that-
We do need
I
an
find
extra.
that so high, I don't even know how they can explain it, but I'm curious to see it.
All right, so should we move on to police? So police, this is requested was 89,372 versus budget last year was 88,130.
I'm sorry, before we move on.
Sure.
The final decision on the master plan was that we're going to wait and see if we need to do an emergency appropriation or something like that. And I know you said that we're going to look for some kind of a grant. What was the final determination on that?
So we're gonna wait to see if we can get grant money in 2020. If we don't get the grant money in 2020, we'll do the special emergency resolution.
I don't think, well, let's take that off the table because like I told you, there's no necessity to do it in 2020. so we don't need any emergency.
I know, no, I'm saying we're going to do the special emergency resolution at 21 is what I was going to say.
Oh, okay. Or you just put it in the budget, right?
Well, no, you do the emergency resolution in 21, then you can start the work in 21, and then you don't have to start paying for it until 22.
All right. So, okay, I got it. Thank you.
Definitely want to do the special emergency because it gives you the 5 years, and it's the right way to do it.
All right, so moving on to police for their expense side. Again, not much of a change. And Chief, I tried to align your well, because you broke your budget out by line item, so I tried to I may have to add some in. Like for instance, like you had school programs and public relations, and we didn't even have anything like that in Edmonds. So it's something that I'll have to add in for you. I don't know if anyone has any comment on the police budget.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I did confirm with our last hire, our officer, he wasn't entered into the transfer didn't go through until May of 2018.
The pension didn't go through until May of 2018, so that's probably why. Okay.
Or this is just the other expense line though, right?
Yes, this is just the other expense line. Salary and wages come below this.
Right. Karen, can you go back up? Was there any other areas that we went through that we happened to pass by that we needed to talk about? Because I know we did planning board before, but was there anything before that where we got through everything?
Yeah, I think we got through everything because I don't believe the budgets were really changing.
Okay, no, we're good.
Okay. So police, I don't know if anyone has any comment on that. I believe you guys already had some budget meetings with the chief about his budget,
So the capital items are not in here, right?
No, that we'll go over that towards the end.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to confirm.
Yep. So, and then the purchase of the police cars, those are, I believe, some lease payments.
Yes,
So
we're gonna have, just on that one though, right? We're gonna have 2 now.
yes.
There's 2 lease payments for 2020, right?
We
You're
have
still
one.
waiting for that second vehicle to come in, right, Chief?
Yes, our 2019 vehicle we're still waiting for. So that we haven't started payment on that. I think we did. The funds were encumbered for that though, because I think I have a PO for the first payment of that.
Yeah, I believe I saw that come through.
So, wait, help me understand, because we were supposed to take that in 19, right? Is that right, Chief? With that second vehicle, we were supposed to take possession of in 2019?
Yeah, 2019 we were supposed to take possession of it. We haven't yet, but like I said, we did make the first payment for 2019 for that. Yes, so the 2020 for that. I don't know. I assume it would be coming. It would be pushed back to 2021. I assume now. I don't know because we haven't gotten it yet. I guess I'll have to check with them to see how that will work.
So, if we encumbered a payment, I guess Karen, we're gonna have to confirm that. If we encumbered a payment in 19, that would have been for the first year's payment, right?
Mm-hmm.
So do we need to budget for that vehicle in 20?
I believe it, because aren't there two, I think this is 2 vehicles.
Well, yeah, I mean, for the second vehicle, we definitely need the one vehicle budgeted.
Yeah, so this is for the 2 vehicles, is my understanding.
The payment we're gonna make on the new vehicle, there's only one payment and that we're gonna make in 2020. It was encumbered in 19. The budget for 20 is my question.
Oh, because it was encumbered in 19? I
Yeah.
have to look. It looks like we did make a payment on a vehicle in 2019.
Yes, I don't think we, did they already pass out or that's just a number, because we haven't gotten the vehicle yet. So we were supposed to, we ordered it in 19, we were supposed to get it in 19, it got delayed.
Hey, who's ever typing? Can you go on mute? Is that Frank?
That's me. I'll go on mute, sorry.
Thanks.
So that 16,618.80, that might be the encumbrance then, if there was only one payment that was due in 2019. That could be the encumbrance. I'd have to
Yeah.
look and see.
Yes.
Okay, so that's probably encumbrance, and we just paid that?
I tell you the truth, I don't know if what happened with it. I mean, I know I had the PO for it,
Okay,
so I didn't think that the money went out for it.
okay.
So we should put this down as an open item.
Yep.
Let's just check to see, because we don't have the vehicle and we were supposed to get possession of it, and we were going to have essentially in 2019, we were going to have 2 vehicle payments in 19, which is why my understanding is we encumbered it for 19. But if we didn't get the vehicle and we didn't make the payment, but we encumbered it anyway, then when the payment comes due in 20, can't we apply it against that encumbrance or no? I guess we could release it, right? We could release the 19 encumbrance, and then wouldn't that come back then in 20? I don't know. I don't know if that helps us with the budget though.
No.
Yeah.
All right, I'll have to look into it.
So let's, I guess, leave it in for now, but I guess it sounds like maybe there's an opportunity there, but
Okay. Okay. But if you were to get the vehicle in 2020 though, wouldn't we still have to pay the 2 payments?
That's my question. I don't know.
Okay,
If that pushes the payment till next year, because technically we didn't get the vehicle till this year. But
got it. Okay.
I'll have to. I'll call the dealership today.
Okay.
yeah, they'd have to change the dates of the lease. I mean, they can't start making you pay for something you don't have. But I guess, so that's an open item, I guess.
Well, you should have a lease agreement. I mean, that tells you what exactly you owe in which year, and that would be the be all end all.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if that lease agreement, if it has 19 dates start, but we don't have the car, they should change the lease agreement.
I agree.
Right?
All right, well, it's definitely something to look into.
Yeah, I'd like to look into that one.
Okay. But I do have to say, putting that money in, it does keep his budget level. So, which is always a good thing for budgets, to try and keep them level. So for emergency management, that's remaining the same. Aid to volunteer fire department, this came down a little bit because of the insurance contribution that we make. We looked at the actual premiums, and so this is bringing it in line with what the actual cost is. So it just came down by a little bit. Aid to the first aid organization, this is remaining the same. Fire officials remaining the same. Fire hydrants remaining the same. Streets and roads.
Go back, hold on a second, on the fire hydrants. So I know we had a budget of in 19 for an increase for the new hydrants they put up over in, what is it, Pace? But we never got billed for them. So, hey, Joe, if Joe's still on, do you recall how many hydrants they added up there? Wasn't it like 10?
I believe it was 18 hydrants added up in Pace Setters.
Oh, all right. And I think we pay about $700 a year per hydrant from that's the bill we get from Aqua.
Yeah, I believe that's what the figure is.
So are they online yet, those 18?
Those hydrants are in service, placed in service, I'd say midsummer.
Really? Have we seen a bill for the new ones?
No, I haven't seen a bill yet.
You think they're going to back bill us for it?
I don't
I'm
know.
wondering
I don't know if they're
wondering
going to
if they're
back bill us or if they're just going to wait till the project to be done.
I wonder if Rio Tinto's paying for it now, like you say, Joe, until it's done.
All right. But this gives us, what, 14,000 more, which would be basically a full year of the new hydrant, more than actually for a full year of the new hydrants. So I think probably leave it for now, but I mean, there might be an opportunity to cut this a little bit, because if we're not going to start getting billed until the project's done, then we're only going to have maybe 6 months of those new hydrants for bills. Can we find that out?
I could find out from the water company if you'd like.
Yeah, let's find out, because I almost hate to ask, but like, oh, wait a second.
Brad, I was just going to say that my experience is if you don't ask and you're not getting billed, it's okay.
Yeah, I don't want to get a.
You just don't want to catch up, yeah.
That's 6 months of 19 as well, and we don't have a budget. But
That was not the case in Bloomsbury, so they did not do
yeah,
that.
maybe we could find out, because we might be able to shave this by like 5,000 or 6,000 then.
I'll start with Rio Tinto and them guys right in the Legion first before I approach the water company, and that way like I said, if we alert the water company, they're gonna go, oh, we're gonna back bill. So maybe let me talk to them guys and see what the deal was worked out.
All right, we good to move on? All right, next budget would be the streets and roads budget. So this was based on the paperwork that I got in from Joe. So I again tried to line it up with the line items that we have in the budget. So you'll take, here's his budget. So it is, whoops, sorry. So it looks like it's about a $6,000 increase from last year. But I believe you guys had gone over this in at your previous budget meeting. So I don't know if you want to discuss anything.
Can you scroll down a little?
Sure.
That's good.
Yeah, we did go over this in the previous, and I also did say that I could survive with 2019's budget to bring it back down to the 184.9 or 185 if so needed. Just the other small line items there underneath, how set are them numbers in that line item? But like I said, see, some of the training, I might have a little more expenses with that, with CEUs required for pesticides, my certified public works manager, and the fertilizer CEUs that I need. Can they be shuffled around through the year, say if one of them line items comes short?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, it's just the overall number then that we got to stay within.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Hey, Joe, what about salt?
Yes.
We're in easy year. Anything we can cut from salt or not? Or how you looking with salt?
Well, we could, but then you're gonna have to make it up no matter what. That's the only downfall if you start plucking some money from here. It could always be a transfer, or what if, and I've seen it where we've had in a late October, early November snow, we've had 4 or 5 snows, but that would be your decisions.
Okay, thanks.
I also would like to add, there's something, and you guys do have the ability to have it. You have the trust set up for it, a storm recovery trust. Right now, you only have a few $100s in it, but what you can do is lapse any unexpended money, and you have to take a look at where your fund balance is ending, into a storm recovery trust. So that's something that I would look to do here. So if you were to budget a little bit more this year, maybe you could then build that trust up. And like that trust right now is you could use for the coronavirus, any expenses associated with that. So it's a really good tool. So I know we do need to shave some budgets down, but sometimes it's okay to, let's see where we end, because maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea to allow a few more, some more dollars into this budget so that we could lapse into some sort of trust for future
Okay.
year storms. So I don't
Aaron,
know. I
I'll
just want
take
to keep
that
that
one
in
step
mind.
further. I couldn't agree more. I'd like to see that. I did get pushback from one particular CFO on that because it's when the governor declares a state of emergency, that's when you could use those funds. I think there's enough state of emergencies to go around in the last several years where, you know, it would be good to have that money, and I couldn't agree more that we should be padding that. And not only can you pad that out of streets and roads, but if you have additional money left over at year end in, say, police, you can move that money into that trust as well, because although anything associated with an emergency can go into that trust fund whenever you decide to pull the trigger on that. So it doesn't just have to be for streets and roads. You can also take some out of the police budget at the end of, when the appropriation reserves lapse and you know what you're not going to spend, you transfer that money in. So yeah, I agree with you 100%.
And it's also, and I'm not, it's also my understanding, John, or at least this is how I do it in my other town. If we were to say we ran out of our salt budget, I could then go to the trust for that. So say you had a storm, like a winter, even if there wasn't an emergency, but you had just such a tough winter where your budget was completely expended, you can then go to that trust for those storms.
Unfortunately, it used to be just the snow removal trust fund,
Mm-hmm.
and you used to be able to do that. Now it's the storm recovery trust fund, and it only happens, you can only move money out of there when it's a state of emergency.
Got it. Okay.
But the last couple of governors have been quick to call states of emergency. So
yeah.
My name is Tyler Doyle. I'm calling about a potential job. I found you guys on Facebook. Shoot me a call back at 908-482-1172. So I can possibly speak to somebody. I do have experience going on.
Somebody's playing a
I'm sorry,
message.
my answer machine interrupting the meeting?
Oh, yeah. That was.
Just hit mute.
Yeah.
All right, so we, why don't we, I don't know what you guys think. You want to just leave this as an opportunity for now, and we can see where we land? And if,
Yeah, I think so.
I think so.
Okay. So next would be public buildings. Now, I did notice last year's budget was 50,000, and this year's requested was 37.9. I'm not sure what the decrease was, but it looks like expended was 35,560. So it seems like the request is in line with the expense. But again, I'm not sure. I believe you guys had probably meetings on this already. So at your last budget meeting.
did we,
Can you scroll down, please, Karen?
Yep.
so is this where we put the septic pumping and stuff? Didn't we have some work done on the septic last year? I'm wondering if that's where this goes.
It could have been maybe charged to the maintenance line.
Possibly, I don't know.
I actually I printed all the expenditures. Let me see.
I don't remember having anything done other than pumpings. Did we have anything major done to the septic? I don't remember that.
Well, nothing. Well, remember there was like a clog or something?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
just
yeah.
this January.
Oh, I thought that was in the fall. Oh, that was January?
Yeah, that was January.
Joe, I think they're recalling the issue that we had down in the PD. That was last year.
Yeah, remember the odors were coming through and all that stuff?
Yeah, we had some of the odor stuff, but that what fell under there. I think we've only had about a $1,400 or $1,500 expenditure. Or wait, no, it might have been 25 because they had a pretty big clog down in there too. They had to take up the floor and stuff, or the pump system down there.
Yeah, I remember there was some plumbing work.
I think the 50 was put in there as a buffer because of the age of the building and stuff, as for emergency repairs and stuff. They said I got a few projects there that would want to do, but they said it expended 37.5 for 37.9 there. But I don't know if the additional was to cover other possible problems, because some of that building stuff, taking walls, fixing doors and locks and things like that.
Karen, what's the capital threshold again?
What do you mean the capital?
For if you're doing a project where you're
So it just has a useful life of 5 years.
okay, but the amount, there's no dollar amount threshold?
No, you're probably thinking more fixed assets.
So if we were to do walls and things like that, obviously that has a life of more than 5 years, we could always put in the capital budget.
Yes. Painting and stuff, that's a stretch. We'd have to ask how John would want to handle that, but if it was
Painting
considered
doesn't
maybe
fall.
a facility improvement,
Right.
but
I don't
painting
think-
could be a stretch. But actually building something or fixing it so that its life is longer than 5 years, I would consider capital. But specifically, I'd probably speak to John about certain things. Sometimes you have to be careful with those.
Yeah, if you put up a wall, you're not gonna leave it unpainted, so it's all part of the project.
Yeah.
Add a capital item for improvements to municipal building, there you go.
But let's say, here's my question, John, is let's say we redid the municipal room, and I'm not saying we're doing that this year, but if we were to do that and take down all the beautiful 1970s wood paneling and replace the carpeting from 1980, is that capital?
Capital.
Okay. I would suggest you leave it what you got requested, and if we want to do those projects, we could always, when we get to the capital line, we can talk about it.
Okay.
We're going to have to discuss how to fund the capital items anyway, because it's a whole separate discussion.
Yep. Okay. All right, so moving on, Board of Health, there was no change. Environmental Commission, no change. Animal Control, no change. Those are all smaller budgets. The senior contribution, no change. Parks and Playgrounds is no change there either. And I believe this is where half the lawn mowing gets charged to.
Can you unhide those?
Yeah.
Karen,
So there's
can I-
only really one line. But I believe that some of the lawn mowing gets charged there, and then maybe some of the playground maintenance.
Well, the lawn mowing for Thomas Stewart Park gets charged to the OS budget. And that's done internally anyway, right, Joe? All the lawn mowing for Thomas Stewart Park is done by you and your team, and
Correct.
that gets charged there. So the other lawn mowing where we have the contract with Diamond, they're cutting what?
That's a separate line item. That don't come out of this one.
Okay.
This
So-
here was Parks and Playgrounds maintenance, Steckers Park, Municipal Park, and it's a lot of mulch and repairs of items and stuff. Why it has $25,000 in it, I don't know. I know
Well,
probably I spend $7,000 to $10,000 for stuff that we need and we do.
So is it possible that in 19, somebody expended for the playgrounds and the parks went to a different line item?
So, this 4,500 needs to be updated. I believe out of the last bill list, we just paid a large lawn maintenance bill that I believe was around $20,000, maybe $19,000. So between that $19,000, and I'm just going to scroll down here to the green, and then this 29.2, that's how much we spent. So that's how, it's just not reflected here, but this 29.2 for the Greenwich School lawn cutting budget is not enough. I think we did budget up in that other line item for another 19,000.
I think we split it though, right? So
yeah, so it's split between this Greenwich School lawn cutting, and then we didn't really know where to find the money. I mean, this just came up when we met.
yeah,
We had
well,
that bill, and so we were like, well, it's probably meant for this park maintenance budget, because why was that park maintenance budget so high?
yeah. So I think the contract we have with Diamond is like what, $47,000, right?
Yeah, so the Greenwich School lawn cutting is only a $29,200 budget.
Yeah. So
or 29.7. So the balance, I think, gets charged to that other account.
yeah. So the way that contract's split is we charge the cutting for the two schools separately in this line item, and then all the cutting they're doing for anything but the two schools, we hadn't actually paid, right?
No, and that's why it's not here yet, because we just paid it.
Right.
So I just would have to update the spreadsheet, but
So when you add that in there for 19, then that would be like 24 grand, right?
yeah, so I think that the 25 grand is an appropriate number to keep here.
I have
We
the
might need-
contract, how it breaks it down per place, and that probably makes sense. And I can forward that to you, Karen, because
Yeah.
it tells how much per cutting the municipal park and municipal building is, Stecker Park, Beatty's Park. So that's probably why that extra was put in there, but it ain't laid out. So I have the contract. I'll get it to you so you have what each location will cost to mow.
Okay, that'd be helpful. Yes, I think because of the contract, we have to keep that budget there.
And just to confirm, Karen,
If I can interject here, and I'm drawing a blank, who are the group that we have in Chester managing our open space? What professionals?
Greener by Design?
Yeah, Greener by Design. When they did the land lease earlier this year and things, and that all gets put into the open space, he clearly told me that we could use open space money for any of our parks across the board. Stecker, Beatty's, the one on North Main Street behind the municipal building. He said that it was fine to use open space money to pay for maintenance of those truly open space areas now. I guess in the past it hasn't been allowed, but it is now. So we could certainly shift part of that number over to open space if open space can sustain it.
We should confirm that, yeah.
Yeah,
Open Space has $726,000 in reserve. I think you can charge it there if you're able to. Money's not an issue.
Yeah, let's
Just confirm that with them, right?
Yeah, let's just confirm that. And if that is the case, then that's definitely an opportunity, because plus we have the farm lease payments are going to be higher this year and going forward as well, which goes into open space.
Which he also said we could use that for that too.
I think what we committed to was never to go more than 50% of the fund for paying off the park and maintenance and all that. So what are we bringing in a year for open space? Current.
240,000 or so.
I mean, as long as we could commit to trying to keep that at 50% for bond repayment and maintenance, or, you know.
Well, it's 240 on the tax side, and then you have 50.
And plus farmers.
So we got, 290 coming in. Plus the interest, right? Because that's when we get a cash management plan, the interest that we're earning on that open space fund right now is not probably as much as it could be. So there's even some interest income potential there.
You've got
Right,
a
so
little more than, oh, go ahead.
Let's just confirm first that we can do non-green acres there.
Beatty's Field, we don't own that property. So that right away has got to come off, I think. I don't see how you can use an open space fund on property we don't own.
Hey,
So whatever
Brian,
maintenance is needed,
in case you're wondering about the farm lease number, I think we were at about $38,000 previously, and this year, and obviously moving forward for the next 5, will be at about $49,000.
Yeah, so that's another 11 grand. All right, well, let's confirm. Let's leave it there for now. If we find out that we can this to open space, to your point, Frank, we can leave Beatty's out of it. We can do Stecker. We could do.
yeah, I'm going to confirm with Frank Pinto and send him an email now.
Yeah, the common areas of Wyndham, et cetera.
All right, so we have a few things to confirm there. All right, so reserve for accumulated absences. This is just to help build up your trust. I believe you have about 10,000 in it already, so this will just add to that. Celebration of public events. After discussing with Brad, I think we wanted to increase this to have more community events.
More community events.
Well, not more events, but to put more into the community day budget. That was really the idea.
Frank, I had text Frank Pinto in advance of you saying you were going to email him, and he said that that is his understanding, that it can be used for the maintenance. And he asked me to remind everybody that the farm lease revenue must be used for either park maintenance or improvements.
All of it?
Yeah, so he said they should really look at the farm lease money as their maintenance fund for the parks.
Okay.
So, all right.
And I would think that would include Beatty's, laced or not. It's still a park. So that's just my thought.
Well, I guess that's a question for, I don't know.
I'll ask him
Are you communicating with him right now, Lisa?
I am.
All right, ask him about Beatty's and ask him about the non-park land, like Brad mentioned, the Wyndham Farm. Although we're not paying any money to maintain Wyndham Farm right now.
Here we are. Yeah, they cut all the areas that, not the stuff the farmer's taking, but the stuff around the farmer, what he takes has to be cut.
Oh, that's true. That right. That 10 feet or something like that.
Yeah.
But,
So Diamond,
confirm that with him too. I don't know how that.
So
The
it's just like on
DPW is
maintenance?
doing them areas.
oh, DPW does that? Oh, okay.
Non-recreation. It's a non-recreation area. I don't know if that falls into it or not.
Okay,
But, you know,
Frank confirmed that it would apply to Beatty's Park even though we do not own it.
can you ask,
Okay.
Lisa, can you ask him, what about the open space and the fields that the school technically owns that we cut for them? Since we're absorbing the cost and it is like parks, can we charge that cost to there? I mean, obviously we don't own it, it's the school's property, but we are paying.
There's one other question on this. The open space was done by referendum. Do we have to make sure that referendum states these type of things that we want to use the money for? I just want to make sure that legally we're okay because we had a referendum on this and it had certain language in it.
Well, if he's saying that you've got to use the farmland lease for maintenance, I mean, then
Yeah,
we,
but we're talking about, we're talking about using the money for non-recreational land that we're maintaining. So I don't know that was in I just want to make sure legally that we're using the funds correctly. Even though it may say that, I don't know if the referendum is binding and if it's,
I would look at your ordinance. Usually right after the referendum, you would then pass an ordinance. And the ordinance should spell out what you can use it for.
And
Keep in-
I think typically open space language is pretty standard.
but also keep in mind though that, the rules have changed too. So, well, let's just, we won't shift
that's
anything
all,
yet.
that's all fine. I just want to make sure that what the people voted on doesn't take precedence. Because you're voting on one thing, it says we're going to do this with the money. Now the laws change. What takes precedence? I just think we need to get a legal opinion on it.
Well, yeah, let's,
Well, you could always change the ordinance to reflect the new law, I would assume. So I mean,
That's true.
the Lord
That's
giveth
true,
the
but
ordinances, the Lord taketh the ordinances, I guess.
Yeah, but like I said, I don't know if that's got to be voted on again or what. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I just want to get an opinion on it. That's all.
yeah.
let's for now leave the school piece. Well, I wouldn't touch that, but I think, do you guys feel safe to say that minimally Stecker and Beatty's can come out?
Brad, I have an answer on the school properties too, if you'd like it now. He said he's not 100% sure, but if it does appear that it would be part of our recreation system, and if the rec committee controls the fields as in their use, then he believes that it would apply and that it would be fine for us to invest this money in them. So.
Right. So there you go. That kind of answers your question on the Wyndham Farm open space, right? It's not part of the recreation system.
No, but the fields at the school are.
Right. So he said that. That was his comment. So
Yeah.
the field at the school is part of the recreation system. Wyndham Farm open land is not part of the recreation system.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter because that Wyndham stuff Joe's doing anyway. So we wouldn't charge. It's not. I'm thinking of just the diamond cutting costs that we pay him. It sounds like Stecker. He's doing Stecker. He's doing Beatty's in the two schools.
I'm going to follow up with the
Joe,
waiver too.
Joe, you have in the documentation there, the contract, do you know how much the Stecker and Beatty's piece costs?
No, I don't have the contract in front of me. I can look it up. It's up in the office. But Diamond Cut is doing Stecker, Beatty's, the municipal park, municipal building, and the two schools. Last year, when he first got the contract, including the detention areas that he was doing, we're at almost $60,000. So that's why we bought the other mower for Thomas Stewart Park, and the DPW put on a seasonal part-time guy to mow the detention areas.
So why don't we take 10 grand out, and this is my suggestion, if you guys are okay with it. If we take 10,000 out to cover Beatty's, Stecker, and the municipal park, and we'll leave the rest of what he's doing in there for now. It might be more than 10 grand. I don't know, but until we get it, I could safely assume it's going to be minimally 10 grand.
Oops.
I can get you them numbers Monday. I'll email the contract out so everybody has the payment page and see what it's costing to mow.
Okay. Yeah, and then I think we charge municipal, Stecker, and Beatty's to open space. You guys are okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay.
I'm
with
good.
it.
For now, like I said, I want to make sure we don't get over the 50% utilization of the fund.
Well, keep in mind when we're, and John, I think, Karen, what's the anticipated payment out of open space for the bond in 2020? Didn't it drop like 10 grand?
It
it dropped by about 17,000. It's 102,000 this year. And that's just a function of your interest rate being
Right.
so much lower.
Right, so every year that payment's gonna go down, right?
It was 119,000 last year, and then this year it's 102,000.
Right, so, and we have 7 years left, so over the next 7 years, we have this payment, and that payment's gonna get smaller every year, right?
Well, the principal, we pay the same amount of principal each year. Where your
Right.
interest comes in, it technically, yes, it should.
Okay,
But depends on interest rates.
true. Okay, so we do have a little bit of room there too, so. Okay, I don't wanna,
Okay, so the celebration of public events was increased.
yeah, so on this one, I mean, I don't know what you guys wanna do, if we leave it in, because depending on the COVID thing, I mean, if it's stretched out, we may not even be able to have a community day. But I don't know that we should pull it out of the budget though. I guess if we don't use it, we don't use it, you know?
Yeah, I wouldn't pull it out of the budget because it'll be that much harder next year to get it back in.
Let's drop it down to what it was then.
Okay.
That's what
I'm okay with the increase though, because it will help us to give more for the children to
The thing-
have.
The one thing we have to do, let's go on the assumption that we're gonna be able to have a community day. We're gonna look into getting a different vendor for the rides. And
You gotta start booking the vendors now.
yeah, I know, but I'm gonna go on the assumption that it's probably gonna cost us more. Because I don't know how many other vendors are out there, but I know we have to change that vendor. Right, Lisa?
I'm okay with the increase.
Absolutely. Do not feel comfortable with them again.
Yeah, so I don't know what, I mean, we could keep it flat or put a little extra in to give us some room in case we have vendors who are costing more. I don't know. It's up, you guys want to, I don't know what everyone thinks.
You're only talking $3,000. I'm not going to resolve anything with that, so why don't we just leave it flat? I mean, at the
All right,
15.
we can keep that as an opportunity to come back to if we're still
Yeah.
we need cuts, okay?
All right, so leave it. Okay.
Mayor, it's funny that you said that because you are still $2,000 over, so it wouldn't make a difference. You need to still cut about $2,200 out.
The mayor said keep it flat. So what does keep it flat mean? Same as last year, Bob? Is that what you're saying?
No, I misspoke. I meant to go with the 15,000, not,
Oh,
because we spent
okay.
11 last year. So for $4,000, for now, let's leave it in. If we come back and we're close, we got to do it, we have it there. That's what I think, anyway.
Yeah, we can come back to it. It's on the list of opportunities.
Okay. Grants, these are all offset except for your municipal lines by revenues. The big increase there would be your DOT project for Richline. So, and then we discussed Greenwich School lawn cutting already. So, so right now it looks like we shaved about 39,000 just from operating expenses.
So I thought, John, you said we needed to cut 41, right?
Yep.
Okay,
And you are now down to 2,122 that you still have to cut.
all right. Well, we have to go through the salary and wages, so.
Yeah. Now, Lisa, you might be able to help out with this. I do know, I don't want to talk about anyone specifically because no one's been riced, but how deep can we go into talking about salary and wages? Like because I've budgeted 3%. Can I just kind of state that for the current employees?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to, and I just won't use anyone's name. Okay.
So
I was thinking about that this morning. I was like, we didn't race anybody.
So Karen, you have some kind of spreadsheet to the side, right, or something where, and again, this is not applied to the police because they're under separate contract. So what is a change of 0.5% save? If like you went from 3% to 2.5%.
Oh, you know what? I don't think I did that.
Oh.
I can do that.
Karen,
for
can you
you.
scroll up a little bit too so I can see that whole thing?
Oh, yeah, sure.
There you go, thank you.
Right here?
Yeah,
Okay. Sorry, Brad, I didn't actually do that, but I can do that. I do have to say, I don't think it's going to make a significant difference. You're probably just going to talk about a few $1,000s.
How about if we
typically.
went down to 2%?
Again, it's really only going to probably be about a few $1,000s.
So, all right. We'll come back to that, I guess. We can
Yeah.
see what we have first.
Okay. So what I kind of wanted to talk about was the new positions that have been requested. So for the municipal clerk, there was 2 new positions requested. One new position for a registrar, and then an assistant to help sorting through all the storage documents.
I just needed to clarify that, Karen. I think that was some confusion. I was really just proposing that we utilize Tammy, who is my assistant already.
Okay.
And I was just trying to throw out there additional hours for her to help me go through the records at the school. It's really not an additional position. I was assuming that she would just be putting in the additional hours, if that's helpful.
So how much, Lisa, how much money do we have requested for the records work? And I know that's split between you and Tammy, right?
Yeah, I think that the governing body at the meeting, November possibly, that you guys had agreed to around $5,000 to get that started. But, you know, the number that I threw out there was really to get that started. So.
So that 5,000's in this number, Karen? The 81?
Yes. Well, I believe it was for the registrar's positions, I think it was around 3,000. And then I think it was 4,000 for.
What's 3,000 for a registrar?
So those were positions that previously the last CFO was the registrar, was the appointed registrar for the township. When she left, that became my responsibility. And as discussed, I don't know, midpoint of last year, we authorized Tammy to start taking the registrar classes as well, so that there would be a deputy registrar in the township, which by state statute, we have to have a registrar and a deputy. And she has completed those courses and is hopefully sitting for her exam right now as we're having this meeting. So.
Well, wait a minute. The stipend that Kathleen was getting was only because she was the CFO. And we didn't have a clerk who could be a registrar. That's why that came. Prior to that, the registrar fees were included, I believe, in the municipal clerk's salary. So
that could be.
And with Tammy, we're paying for her to go for her certification, correct? And we're paying her for the time to go for her certification?
There is no cost to the registrar's classes at this time. So yeah, that's free. Basically, it's just an additional responsibility for her, and she will have to do continuing education. But it would be done during a normal
course of hours, and she's receiving an hourly rate. So I don't see a reason for an increase or a payment for registrar or deputy registrar. I mean, if you're there, you're being paid by the hour to do the registrar work or the deputy registrar work. I don't see the purpose of an increase, to tell you the truth.
Well, it's just the maintenance of the certification. You know, by state statute, we have to have a registrar and a deputy, and she will be required to take those classes. So
it doesn't cost anything to have the certification. That's my point. I just don't think, that was always included in the municipal clerk's responsibilities and pay schedule.
So
that could be, I don't know at what point it's switched over to Kathleen.
Even if it wasn't, I mean, even with the deputy, if you're getting an hourly rate to do the job, and you're in there, what's the difference whether you're putting check marks in the registrars or paperwork or taking a tax collection? I mean, you're paid an hourly rate to do a job. I don't see what is changing that would require this budget item.
Is any of the 3,000 related to the training to keep certified, or is this all just like stipend?
That was just a proposed stipend, you know, based on what other municipalities that I'm aware of, you know, sort of start that at. And it's unclear as to whether or not, you know, she would have to travel for some of those CEUs. I mean, you know, my conference for registrar this past month was canceled because of the virus. But, you know, there's things like that, that if she had to attend, she would be traveling, things like that, because you do have to maintain 16.
So we'd have to, those
7
expenses, we have to put up in the other expense line. So
right?
any
Yeah.
travel training stuff, we put in the other expense line. I don't,
So I'd rather put the 3,000 in that other expense line, and if we use it, we use it. If we don't, we don't. If you put it in as a payment, as a salary, it's gone.
yeah, if this is stipend, then, and you're saying it's part of the clerk work, then we don't need it in here, but we would need to put in maybe a few $100 or something for miscellaneous expense related to maintaining the registrar certification.
So would those CEUs, Lisa, come from going to the League of Municipalities? Would you be able to go to a class there anyway? I mean,
Yeah, you can get some there that
well, that
cross
would be
over
included in
and
the registration fees of the League of Municipalities conference, correct?
right. Some of them could be. Now, I wasn't anticipating that Tammy would necessarily be attending those at this point until she started, and if, you know, she wanted to and you guys wanted her to start taking clerks classes, but some of them you get RMC and CMR credits for, which is always what we try to attend to get the best bang for your buck. So
Okay. So what did we decide?
I think we remove it. I mean, I think for deputy registrar, I mean, it is a new responsibility. I agree with that. So if anything, wouldn't it be something you'd consider in the hourly rate change rather than a separate stipend?
You mean like she would work more hours?
Well, no, that.
Oh, you'd give
so
her a
she's got
higher, okay.
like
Give
a
her a higher
higher
hourly rate.
Right, because she has certification to be the deputy registrar. I mean, I don't know. I just throwing it out there. I don't know what anyone else thinks, because I don't know, these stipends, there's like a stipend. We have 100 stipends going on.
Yeah. I think we have to be careful though when we talk too much about an employee. It
Well,
might be
I'm not,
something that
I'm
you
talking about the position, right? So we have an assistant clerk and we're required to have a deputy registrar. So the registrar's typically with the clerk. Last time we had it, went to CFO, but it's always either with one of the professionals, you know, one of the statutory positions. So now we have an assistant clerk going forward. Whoever's holding that position, we're going to need to have a deputy registrar, whether it's that position or maybe the assistant CFO, but someone would need it. So my point is, rather than making it a stipend, we make it as part of the requirements of who you have in that position, and you reflect it in their hourly rate.
That's definitely possible. I do have to say from what I've seen in other towns, it is a stipend. But I mean, of course, I'm sure either way the employee would be happy with with either an increase in the hourly rate for the additional responsibility or a stipend. So it's up to you guys.
What does everyone else think?
I'm
I like
okay
the
with-
idea of making it into the hourly rate if the situation would require it. I'd certainly like to know how much more extra work would be involved.
do you want me to speak to the daily responsibilities to the position, or? We can certainly do it at a later date. I could, you know.
Maybe Lisa and maybe me and you can talk offline
Sure.
about it and make sure.
Absolutely. I mean, the position has changed so much over the past 15 years. It's, you know, it's very different than it once was. So
Yeah, I don't doubt that the work is changing at all. I mean, recognizing that, and I'm also recognizing the fact that we need a deputy. me individually is, I think a lot of this work's already being done. People are doing it. It's part of the role. I personally don't like stipends. I just think that if you're doing the work, you reflect it in the hourly rate, or your salary, whichever way people are being paid. And just say it's part of your job.
I agree with Brad. I think that shows us accurately what we're paying for what they're doing. I agree with Brad on that.
I mean, if we want to discuss that position, again, I'm not talking about people, but positions is saying if we're adding responsibility to it and we need to reflect that, and we've done that before, then we should do that. I don't know, but if you guys want to stick with the stipend methodology, and I don't know, I just feel like we're taking jobs and we're slicing it into 8 pieces of pizza and saying, all right, this piece is worth this much, when it's, you got to do the whole thing anyway. So, I don't know, that's just my opinion. I don't want to dominate the direction here. So,
I agree with removing it as a stipend, and then when we get to the salary and wages and find out what it encompasses, if there needs to be a different or an hourly rate because of it. But for the time being, I agree with removing it as a stipend.
Okay. So I don't actually want to take it out though, because I don't know if we were to increase the hourly rate, what that actually would be projected out. So I would want to work with Lisa on what a good hourly rate would be, and then project out her hours for the year. Because then the 81,388 may be low, too low.
Okay.
That's kind of an open item too.
But you are going to remove the new assistant line then, Karen?
Okay, so that's that. We don't
Right.
need that one. Okay.
yeah, what is
Because I think that's included in the records management line item that we had talked about.
Okay.
where is the records piece then? Is it in the?
Well, I wasn't sure if that was actually gonna, I'm not sure where that's coming in.
Yes. Where's that 5,000 in here, Karen?
I'm sorry, the records management, you mean
Yeah.
the storage project?
Yeah, for the labor work, not the storage space.
Well, so if we would utilize the current position, then it would come out of salary and wages.
Is it in here?
Well, the 2,800 is right there for the new assistant.
Well,
It's not a new assistant, it's just additional hours associated with.
So can you label that instead of calling it new assistant? Can you records work? But I thought it was 5,000.
It looks like it's only 2,800 actually.
Well, so the proposal that I
right?
had originally given you guys to get started was estimated on, I think, 6 days, 8 hours a day for 2 people. That was the number, but when we discussed it at the meeting, we knew that was just the getting started number, and you guys had voted to actually increase that to 5,000.
So
this looks like we have to add money then to this one.
So yeah, why don't you make that then 5 and I don't know.
I think that's accurate.
Take the register out.
Okay. I definitely think that we can reduce the 3,000 within the hourly rate, but if we are to increase the hourly rate, this number here, the 81,833 is going to increase. So I don't want to just pull it completely out. I mean, do you want me to pull out like 1,500 of it?
What was the other line item before? It was 2,800?
Yeah.
You added 22?
Mm-hmm.
So take 22 out of there.
Okay. And we'll
Get flat.
Okay. So we'll try and incorporate the 800 into her hourly rate is what we'll try and do. If that makes sense.
Well, we have to do an assessment of what the extra work is first.
Yeah. So, so it's kind of open. Okay. Moving on, financial administration, this is the current positions fully budgeted. And just in previous positions I've had, I'm not including a 3% increase here because we were both hired in 2020. So just to keep that in mind.
Can you expand that for a second, Karen? So
Sure. I don't think it really has anything. It doesn't have the two positions. That's on a different spreadsheet with names and stuff. So
yeah, no, but you have, okay, so you do have, that's what I wanted to see was
the
you-
sewer allocation.
Percentage to sewer, okay.
Tax collection also, I have this position fully budgeted. Again, 3% is not included here because I believe she was appointed in 2020. The sewer allocation is also taken out of here. You'll see, I'll unhide it. Tax assessor, there's a 3% raise there. Same thing for planning board. For the COA officer, fire inspector. Now police, I'm going to, because there's still some PBA negotiations going on, Brad and I kind of had discussed this at length, and we're trying to include enough money in here for those negotiations.
So on this though, so contract expired, and Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, right? It's the end of 18, is that right?
It's going to be 19, 20, 21, and 22, yeah.
Okay, so we have we're going to have a full 2019 increase as well as the overtime piece. Is that, I think the prior budgeted it in the 19 budget, so we obviously didn't expend it because the contract's not settled. So is that part of the appropriated reserve balance for 19?
Yeah, and you had just recently passed a resolution to do a transfer into that line item to cover for when the negotiation settles. So
All right, so we don't.
I believe in your March meeting you did that.
All right, so then for 2020 budget, we have to budget for the anticipated increase.
Yeah.
And the steps, not the 19. So we have 19 covered in a reserve.
Yep.
I just make that clear. All right.
Yeah. And the only difference here is the overtime line item. The original request was 140,000, and we had reduced it to 120 after seeing the initial budget numbers. But again, that's up for your discussion.
Yeah. So I think here, right, we expended 138 last year. I think in 2018, weren't we around 110 or so?
Yeah, I believe it was less than maybe 18.
Yeah, it was like 106 or 107. So I know in 2019 we had, right, Chief, we had one of the officers was on workers' comp, so it was a little higher than normal because of that.
In 2019, yes. Yes, we had someone out for a good deal of months towards the end of the year.
So, I don't know, again, you need, Chief, your opinion here as well as the other TC members. What I suggested to Karen was 120, and what I did is I just kind of took the midway point between 18s and 19s spend. Because 18 was, like I said, maybe 108, 107, something like that. 138 was 19s, but I know 19 was high for unusual circumstances. Not to say that couldn't happen again, but that's just where it came from. So
yeah, I was just going back to see. I didn't recall exactly what 18 was, and I was just looking it up real quick to see what I had.
Yeah, I have last year somewhere. Where did I put it? somewhere. Oh, here it is. Oh, but you know what though? See, the problem is we didn't have the breakout in the budget and the spends, right? Prior years.
No, well, the overtime should have been.
I don't think she ever, like, the budget for 19, she didn't break it out. So I don't even know what was budgeted out of that 1276. I don't know how much we put in. I don't recall off the top of my head what we put in there. But it was probably consistent with what we expended in 18 is my guess. Regardless, I guess what's important here is, you know, how do we feel about 20?
It is also something where if for some reason something were to happen where somebody does go out on workers' comp or they're sick, we can always do a budget transfer in November. So if we wanted to target at 120 and for something were to happen, that's what budget transfers are for in November. Just a thought to throw out there.
Yeah.
As I'm trying to look for what the 2018 numbers are, which I'm flipping through pages here. But the reality of it is, Chief, is if you spent that much in overtime last year, there's no reason to think that you're not going to spend that much in overtime this year. Not to mention you're going to have a salary increase per employee. So overtime's definitely going to cost the same, if not more, correct?
Well, you would assume, like I said last year, we did have the anticipated increase in the officer, which he was out from several months. But like you said, the point being, if a contract settled and their overtime rate is increased, it's naturally going to go up, even if you reduce the hours.
I don't know if the rest of the TC is getting this. I only get every other word, so I really can't hear the Chief.
Yeah, I had the same problem.
Yeah, it's a little hard to hear. I think, but if you can hear me, I think, Rich, what you're saying is we definitely had a few months worth of covering one officer who was on workers' comp in 2019. So if nobody goes on workers' comp or there's no other absences of, you know, serious natures for 2020, I apologize, then you're going to have fewer hours in 20. Yeah, the rate's going to be higher. I agree. But I don't know I don't think that increase is going to be anywhere near what you would cut in hours. But you also keep in mind, if we bring this back up to 19's level, so going backwards, then now we got to find.
No, I understand that completely. I do.
I would suggest to keep it at 120, and then we can do a budget transfer if something were to happen.
We're cutting so much from everywhere else. Where are we going to transfer it from?
Yeah. You'd be surprised.
Well, you want to keep going down and then we can.
Yeah, I'm okay with cutting it to 120, but as you start to see here, Karen, we really run on a shoestring budget with most things anyway, so.
Yeah. All right, well, we can come back to this if you want. I believe there's an increase in the secretary salary here too.
That's an increase in hours. I don't think salary. I think we.
Yeah, her hourly rate, I believe.
Well, no, I don't think it was the rate. I think it was.
No, it's the hours.
For hours, okay.
Yeah, so we've got in here, right, you have the 24 hour a week and it's down to 30, is that right?
Rich, is that what it is?
That was what was anticipated, yeah.
Okay. So that's what's reflected here. Okay. So we'll keep going. So the school crossing guards, that budget's going to remain the same. It looked like it was fine from last year. 911 coordinator, a 3% increase. Emergency.
The school crossing guards, does that include 3% raise? Because I think we did include that when we talked. I'm not sure.
So what I found, when looking at this for the school crossing guards, it looks like you have plenty of budget for a raise there.
Okay, thanks.
So, the 911.
Do these rates include all of our, I think it actually predates you, our discussion about changing those salaries due to the discrepancy between the paid holidays and unpaid holidays and school days? That whole discussion, Brad, was that incorporated into this number?
Yeah, I don't know. So,
Because that needs to be shared, and then the discussion should be had about, again, the governing body had already talked about this, but the creation of the senior crossing guard.
no, we weren't doing senior. No, we passed it saying it was based on years of service.
Correct, but yeah, whatever you want to call it, but yeah, we were establishing something that was over 10 years of service.
And I thought that was already done.
Well,
Right.
that's my only question. I just didn't know if that was reflected in these numbers or not.
Oh, okay. So, yeah. So I guess, Karen, let's double check this because we have
Okay.
two rates. We have two different hourly rates for this. So we just need to make sure that this reflects. I think the 25/7 will cover it with the new rates.
It looks like it will.
Yeah, but let's just double check that.
Okay.
Karen, I can email you that that breakdown too, if you need
Okay.
it.
That would be great. All right. So 911 coordinator would be a 3% increase. Emergency management, a 3% increase. The fire official, 3% increase. And then we get into the streets and roads. So let me expand this because I just did there. I just hit something. Hold on 1 second. Let me just unhide this. So the contract work is all the full-time positions, and then the part-time help is all our part-timers and seasonal. And then here's the overtime request. And then there was a request for, I believe, 2 positions. So we budgeted for the more expensive position, which would be a new full-time CDL. So Joe, I think that I have this in here right. I think it was going to be either or position.
Actually, what it was is I gave 2 options. At the first budget meeting, Brad had asked about, because in years past I asked for a 4th full-time position. So most of the time we were asking for a CDL operator, but I also gave the option out there of if someone didn't have that within the first year, so hire a full-time laborer, which then would also reduce my yearly part-time guys down from, actually I have 2 now, down to 1, and it would probably eliminate one of the seasonal part-time positions too. So that's why when I emailed out the PDFs yesterday, the salaries I gave three worksheets. One to maintain what we have now, staff-wise. One with showing a CDL operator with 1 yearly part-time. And then one, if we wanted to consider, if the CDL seemed to be a stretch, to hire a full-time labor position. And with him needing to get, or him or her needing to get their CDL within the first year of their employment, then get bumped to a CDL position.
So I think, Karen, correct me if I'm wrong. So for this version, and this is, this is one of the things we have to discuss is we put the new full-time person in.
Hmm.
Did we pull down the part-time hours with
I
it?
don't believe that we did because we weren't exactly sure. So I think
So
we
we
wanted
have-
kind of like a full fat budget version of this, but I'm just
Yes. So this has the full-time person in without reducing part-time hours, but it also has an assumption we built in on the benefits, right?
yeah. So there's also which I haven't, which is right below here, but let's see. Let me see. We built in. I'd have to unhide it, but I believe we built in 20 or 25,000 into. Let's see.
Right, because there's no increase for, wasn't
25,000, yeah.
Okay. So the two combined, so it's 41.6 plus 25, that's, call it $67,000, right? So this is where, you want to talk about what's the best way to request, Joe and TC is like, do you want to go with the part-time?
Well, one of the in the part-time positions there, the yearly one, I was just looking at the numbers here. Right now, for the two, we're paying annually, with the 3% raise, it would be $41,698 and some change. If we went to just one and went with the CDL driver, it would only be $20,849. So that part-time help would drop by $20,000 there on that one. But then we would also have the snowplow guys, which this year here, I just try to use an average hours for our overtime, which DPW overtime and as needed CDL drivers, I use 200 hours. It is significantly lower. I think they only paid the plow guys and salt guys. If we're at 75 hours this year, that's a lot. There really hasn't been that much snow. We plowed once in January, and we had some salting events that end up being anywhere to 3 to 6 hours a shot. So, but my numbers were going on by my averages years previous.
So let me just make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. So first, I'm going to take the two things separately. The overtime hours for 2020, because the snow was minimal this year, we could probably lower the overtime budget to reflect that.
Yeah, like I said, I got some overtime hours during the summer for everybody, unless it's a storm and stuff. But I put in for the two full-time guys overtime for the whole year, 250 hours, because last year we ran into almost close to that. But that was if you want to call a normal winter from January to March. And then through the summer, some of the jobs I wanted to finish up before the hour, and we ran an hour over and things like that. But the overtime hours for the regular guys, we could probably even come down below this year under the 200 hours. The only thing is I said, to be end of the year here where it's going to fall.
So do you think, we safely could take at least $5,000 out of that?
All together out of the overtime and stuff, I think you could be safe with that.
So why don't we do that?
Because there's some of them events that we do get charged off to, like Clean Communities and stuff. Say the township cleanups, that overtime that's incurred by them guys, I know in the past come out of the Clean Communities Fund, and things like that. We do that in the spring and the fall here. We also do, and that's another thing that I know I'm starting to get emails and stuff about the yard debris cleanup and stuff. Now, last year we did 3 months of every Saturday. I would like to maybe do it the first and third Saturday and offer that to the community from starting April or whenever we can lift this ban, and do it all the way through the summer. That way there, because people are mowing their grass and they're also cleaning up their yards all year long until the fall. And then it can fall right into our LEAF program. But it should be about the same amount of hours. Instead of doing every Saturday, 12 Saturdays, split it in half and do 2 Saturdays a month from April until October.
Okay. So does that, do you still, if with this 5,000 reduction, you think you could still do it, or are you saying don't reduce it and shift it over to doing that?
I think they said even if take the 5,000 out of the overtime, we got it covered if we're using the Clean Communities funds to reimburse for some of that stuff.
Okay. So my next question for you, Joe, is if we put this full-time person in with a CDL and we then pull down the part-time hours by the 20 grand, my big question is this person going to do the same work that they're going to cover that same work that the part-time person was doing, or is it?
They will cover that the same work, and plus it'll also with the CDL, they'll give me another guy to drive one of the other trucks, and he will also start learning. Right now, my part-time guys, I don't leave them. Well, of course, drive CDL trucks. They don't run our heavy equipment. And they'll get into more of that kind of stuff there too. So it's going to give me another operator. It's going to give me somebody that's going to be able to do all the jobs that's required at the DPW. So it's going to expand their work.
So, all right. So we have an opportunity then to reduce the part-time help by 20 grand. So I'm going to just pose the question to the TC. What's everybody's opinion about going down a part-time person and going up full-time?
I'm okay with it now. I don't know when we get to really crunching later if it'll go again. I always feel bad for Joe, but I would like to put it in and see where we go with it.
I as well.
And although this isn't related to that position though, and I know Joe is talking about, I haven't seen the numbers from the Clean Communities, how much money's left over, and the tonnage grants. We took a monster hit on tonnage grants, and when the Clean Communities bought a lot of the equipment up at the park, it really depleted that. And without seeing solid numbers, I don't know how much of the Saturday and the LEAF program that are going to be able to be absorbed by there until we see some numbers that were left.
Why don't we take it away?
And as to the fourth member there, I have mixed feelings one way or another. I suppose it would be nice, but at the same rate, we're facing a real challenge here with this budget too. So,
yeah, I think maybe a good idea would be to try to absorb this for our next meeting and get, maybe we could all do our own research on it and come back to it.
It's already March. Why don't, is everybody agreeable to half the year? We start at July 1st?
Well, I think though, I'm going to come back to that question, Bob, but I think if we, correct me if I'm wrong, right? If we put the full-time person in, but we didn't reduce the part-time hours. So I think if we prepare a draft budget with the full-time person, whether it's a full year or a half a year, we still need to reduce the part-time hours to set it. So we could.
I just want to understand all the implications and the dollars associated with that in comparison to what we're doing now.
What's the question, Frank? I'm sorry.
So obviously benefits come along with that and all that stuff. So, and then what are the legal challenges around it? And how hard or easy would it be to adjust? So I think if you have 2 part-time employees, add or subtract, I think a little bit easier than if you had a full. So I just want to understand it a little more. I don't know that I'm ready to make that decision right now.
Well, we don't have to make the final decision now. It's more about putting the numbers in representative of one direction or the other. So we have to put a budget together that has, if we're going to budget it with currently draft saying with the full-time person, we need to pull down the part-time hours because there is an offset to it. And we don't have that in here. If we're going to budget the full-time person for a half a year, then we reduce the salary by a half a year and we reduce the offset in the part-time by a half a year. You see where I'm
My
going?
personal opinion would be to leave it as it is now, and then we could talk about it. And I would leave the part-time now, and we could talk about the full-time in our next meeting if we want to go and adjust it. That's just where I'm at.
I think Frank, what you're asking for, and it's probably a good thing, why don't we expense it all out from salary, pension costs, benefit costs, everything for full-time and do the comparison right next to it to part-time. I think that's what you're asking for, right, Frank?
Yeah, something like that. And then also, the legalities of trying to increase or decrease hours and things like that. And if you get a full-time person, then now you're talking overtime as opposed to paying a part-time person hourly or things like that. Just want to understand it more. I'm not saying I'm for or against it. Just like to get some more understanding around it before we go ahead and make another full-time position.
Yeah, no, I have no problem with that because when we come back, if we have to cut, I mean, you guys see exactly what we're going to do. So,
yeah.
Can we get that comparison then from somebody?
So we got to
Yeah,
do.
no, I can do that.
But in the meantime, though, just so that by the end of this working session, we have we know where we're sitting from a tax standpoint. We have to put it in one way or the other into this exhibit. So we have to make a decision today so we can get an idea where we're ending today with one decision or the other. We can't leave it in the way it is. So either we leave it in as full-time or we take it out and we add a part-time, but we got to do one or the other. The way it is in here right now is wrong. So you guys want
Me
to?
personally, I'll put it as part-time right now, just to see.
When you come back.
All right, so
Thank you.
That's
we'll
just me.
we'll table the full-time. So it gives Karen full-time out and we'll pull it out of benefits.
Okay.
But then we need to add the additional part-time person, which would be plus, how much, Joe, do you say if you went to a part-time, another part-time person? It's like 25 or 26 or something?
The yearly part-time guy was additional, hold on for a second here, was each of their salary for the yearly was $20,849, showing a 3% increase. So altogether it would be 41 something for their two salaries.
So that would
But
be for the year?
that part-time help also includes the seasonal guys. So them numbers there, that 57.4 is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's for the
The
current.
winter guys and stuff.
So the 57 is for the existing. But you're saying you either want to get an additional part-time guy or go to a full.
No, I'm not looking for any additionals. That's as we stand here now, what I have allotted for the drivers for wintertime running the snow plows and the yearly guys that yearly part-time guys they have. And also, we also have the two seasonal guys, but one of them is actually paid out of the open space fund doing mowing Thomas Stewart Park.
Right, okay, all right.
while we're at a point real quick here, I think it was Paul who had asked the question earlier, what do we have in the grants for the recycling tonnage and clean communities? Without looking at what's in this year's budget, just your old stuff, you still have about 8,900 in recycling tonnage grant from prior years, and you have about $30,000 for clean communities for prior years that you're able to spend.
Oh, all right, that's way better than the 12 I thought that was in clean communities. Nice.
What was the 30K, John, for which one?
30,000 was in clean communities going back to 2016. You've got 16, 17, and 18 that combined for about 30,000. And within this year's budget as well, you've got 12,605 for clean communities. So that would bring you up to 42,000.
All right, well, that's plenty to run the recycling program. That's no longer a concern to me.
Why do we have so much left? I mean,
It might not have been charged off over the years that could have been, that might have all been absorbed within your streets and road department.
so
I'm guessing, yeah.
John, if we go back and we find that that's the case, can we go back and change anything from past date 19, right?
Was that a question, Brad? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's a question, right? We can't, if we find that 16 through 18, there was monies that should have been charged against us and they weren't, we can't correct that now, can we?
You can go back and spend. I go back and spend against the oldest grants that are out there. It's never been an issue before because money is just will extend the grant period. If you felt as though you don't want to do it that way, you can always cancel what's out there. And when you cancel it, it's an increase to your surplus, and then you can bring more surplus in. But you wouldn't be able to do that until 2020 because it wasn't done by the end of the year last year. I would just spend against it.
So can you charge against that, use the hours that are going in for the fall cleanup and all that kind of stuff?
If the expenses are allowable, I would just, I would expend it to the prior year grants. See this in so many towns throughout Warren and Sussex County that are sitting on a lot of money in clean communities from prior years because it just doesn't get cleaned out. It doesn't get charged in that given year. And it's not an issue. I mean, it's not that it's, the charges are going to streets and roads, so they're properly charged, but they could have also been charged to the grant. So that's the situation you're in.
All right.
Well, again, I'm thinking November was such a challenging time. I don't think probably a lot of that leaf cleanup and miscellaneous got charged probably, right? Which is why that number's up there significantly, but it's just what I'm thinking.
Yep.
Okay.
Right.
We'll come
All
back
right,
to
so
that one.
we're
good on
good
these.
with these numbers?
Yeah, for now.
Okay. So to move on, so animal control is just a 3%, and then municipal court, I just bumped that up to expenses from last year for, I believe this is your public defender. John, I don't know if you'd be able to tell from the AFS, because I don't have it in front of me, but they have a public defender trust, but they're also budgeting for the public defender. Do you know if maybe it's just not being?
You want to know what's in the trust?
Yeah.
$1,725.
Okay, so we can't really move this down. Okay. Okay, so that's for salary and wages. All right.
Karen,
So,
before you get to the insurance,
Yep.
I did not see clean coordinator, clean communities coordinator and our recycling coordinator, salaries up here at all.
well, so since those are not affecting the budget, those aren't included here.
Got it, okay.
Yeah, because those are charged fully to the grant. So, you don't have to worry about that for your actual tax impacts.
All
So
right,
they're not shown here. Okay, so down to other insurance. So, other insurance premiums, this is your general liability, workers' comp numbers. So this is the budget for 2020. I still have to confirm this with your joint insurance fund. I know we paid a piece of the premium in January, and I just need to get my hands on the purchase order. I believe Brian's looking for it right now, but I do need to confirm this number, but I think we would be good. This is a good number. Now, for group insurance, this is your health insurance. We had included $25,000 here for the full time. Should I back that off now? Because we're not including the full-time employee. Family of four coverage typically costs the town about $25,000.
Yeah.
So,
To be
back that off.
consistent, yeah, I think to be consistent, if you're going to take the salary out, then take
Yep.
the benefit out, and then we'll have to.
Is anyone interested in for next year looking into the possibility of looking outside of the state health benefits program to see if there's anybody else who can compete with them? Any suggestions, like Karen, from the towns you work with or anything? And anybody in for that or not? I mean, it's too late for this year, but it may be something we could look into.
So
Hey,
I think,
Bob.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Karen.
I'm trying to look into this with Mendham, the town that I work in. And we have to get our experience information from the state, which they're required to provide to us pretty quickly. And for some reason I have not, and then you go through your risk manager and they can quote it out for you. So I'm kind of in the process of doing that now. It's taken a very long time. I actually probably should follow up with my risk manager, but there are health insurance funds out there. So you just have to be careful with your PBA contracts and stuff that you're offering the same exact coverage that you do through the state health benefits. So it's definitely something to look into, but it would not be for this year. But we could definitely look into that.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. And in a previous town I worked in, we were in the health insurance fund, it's basically like a joint insurance fund, but for health insurance for different towns. So, I mean, I'm sure it's out there for towns in Warren County that maybe collectively have gotten together and gotten better rates than through the state.
And Karen, where I work, we're self-funded, and
Okay.
they say that they have tremendously decreased even our portion of what we pay into it because of what they pay. And they have given us always equal or better to what we had when we were with anything else, even including when we were with the state insurance.
So I did ask my risk manager about that in Mendham too. And so Mendham has probably about total 50 employees. And he said to self-fund, you basically have to have over 100 employees for it to be worth it without the rates going back and forth. So what happens is you'll go with an insurance company for a really discounted rate, and then they'll jump the rates up 20% the following year. And I know the school board of Mendham had just gone through that, where they had a 13% increase their second year. So it is something to look into. It just can be a little volatile. So you get savings up front, but then you could really get hit with increases. So, but we could look into it. How big is Raritan Township big?
We are. We definitely have more than 100 employees between police, public works. Yes, we do have a lot more than 100.
Yeah, I don't know if Greenwich would necessarily have the buying power, in the insurance industry.
We'd have to go into a fund. I can't see how we could do it on our own.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we just have to see if there's a fund out there. 'Cause I know Morris County has a fund, and since you guys are in Warren and it's right next door to Morris, I mean, we could see if we could check them out.
That would be a good option.
Yeah, let me write this down. Okay. But this would, that wouldn't affect this budget, but the first step would be definitely to get our experience ratings with the, our claim experience through the state. Okay, so moving on, unemployment insurance, that's remaining the same. That's for anybody who goes out on unemployment. Utilities, I also just kept level. I did move the numbers around from different areas to be consistent with how expenses are going. The utilities are gonna remain level. And now we get into the statutory expenditures. So Social Security was gonna keep it the same. Now the PERS actually did go down about $15,000. So those are your all employees in the pension system outside of police and fire. And then you have your police and fire, and then this is the doozy that went up by 95. So I'll definitely look into it. The only thing if the second quarter reporting does reflect this $320,000, there's not much the state will do, even if there was a mistake made on the IROC. They typically don't necessarily care. So we'll have.
But if for some reason we're going to use that sprinkler system at the park, we might want to add a little bit of money into the water bill. I don't joke, think, I don't know what water costs, but I think we should probably add something to the water bill, because if we get a dry summer, those fields are going to have to be watered. We didn't really have that.
In the open space fund, pay that.
Just tell her to restart the computer.
So
Looks like she texted me too.
Karen, the big,
Oh, no, she didn't text me.
I know we have a pretty good, there's like a cell charge for, well, there's two cell charges, right? We have one for PD, and then we have another one for the, isn't there that, I think it's cell expense for the DPW trucks, right?
Yeah, I don't have the breakdown, but I can tell you we have internet charges from Pentel Data. Then you have your regular Verizon, and then you have your Verizon wireless cell phones, and then the AT&T looks like it's long distance. And those are what the expenses are. It looks like the cell phone expenses run around like $515, $525 a
Who's
month.
the
Yeah.
long distance?
AT&T, and it looks like it's about $32 a month on average.
Yeah, I think that's for the, faxing or something. I don't know. It's something with the copiers. I remember asking about that a while ago.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got that in there. And so that's part of that is like six or 7,000 of that is for the wireless. So it's not just the phones at the.
No, and it's internet too.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that's a big expense, the internet.
Yeah. Yep. So that looks like that's about $175 a month. So
Yeah, I want to say, yeah, it's like.
yeah. I mean, I would suggest to keep your utilities as level as possible, especially with gasoline prices. And I don't know, and John, I don't know how this is broken out in the actual budget document, but I was hoping to this year put it all as one line in the budget document so we don't have to worry about transfers.
As
And
opposed to
not
what?
split out the utilities?
Yeah, as opposed to not splitting out the utilities.
Each utility has its own FCOA number, so it's up to you. If you
Couldn't
wanted
you
to
just,
put, go ahead.
couldn't you just do like one general utility line?
I could.
Okay, just a thought.
Yeah,
It's
I don't
always
know.
helped with like the gasoline, because that can be sometimes volatile. So sometimes you're under budgeted, sometimes you're over budgeted, and the other utilities can sometimes help that out. So it's just a thought.
That, just to clarify, Karen, the gasoline it's really just vehicle fuel, right? Because that includes the diesel too, right?
Yeah, but if it like, yep. So if you sometimes
It's
if
not
you have
just-
a really bad winter, you start really running through through your fuel. No, it's for
Yeah, no,
it's for both.
no,
It's for gas and diesel.
it is. Okay, I just want to be clear on that. All right.
Hey, Joe, are you still on with us? Is Joe Mexi still with us?
Yeah, I'm looking. He stepped away. I don't see him in front of his screen. He's
All right.
on, but he stepped away.
All right, because I'm kind of curious on the electricity. We had budgeted 20,000, and I remember we looked at that and brought that number down. And the building's been modified with all LED and cost efficiencies and a variety of other things. I'm super surprised to see that it was up $5,000. And I'm just kind of, I was wondering if Joe saw that too. And because, I mean, I try to follow them electric bills pretty good, and I didn't see anything that was, throwing a red flag at me that we should have been off budget by $5,000. And I'm just kind of curious. But we can hold that conversation for a little later.
When I see him back on screen, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Okay. Should we move on?
Yeah.
I might have to step away in a second because my to
Yeah,
plug my
what's
laptop, plug my laptop in.
Bob, how long are we going today? Do you know? Any idea how long you want this to go? Oh, Joe's back, by the way.
I don't know. We're going on 3 hours soon, so can we speed it up somehow a little bit?
Yeah, we're almost done.
We're almost done with the expenses. I mean, we can touch on capital.
Just FYI though, Joe's back. Joe, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, Paul had a question for you.
Yeah, Joe, if you're seeing what's in front of me, you see the electricity? We budgeted $20,000, and I know we left a cushion for that last year. And then the 219 came in at 25.5, and I know we did all that work in the municipal building itself about reducing the costs. You got any idea why something jumped there?
No, I don't, unless the charge for the electricity went up. Because nothing should have changed in the municipal building itself, especially with all the automatic light switches and
No,
stuff
exactly.
like
That's
that.
what I was thinking. I'm surprised to see this. Well, $5,000 increase seems a little bit. I'll have to do a little digging here to see what's going on with there. All right, we can move on.
Well, if I could just add something, your street lighting that was budgeted for was $27,019, and your regular electric was $20,000. It looks like there was a lot less charge to street lighting. So I'm wondering if any of the street lighting bills have been charged to the electricity and not to street lighting. See what I mean there?
Yeah, no, maybe, or maybe they actually just got put in reverse. I don't know.
It's possible.
Okay.
I think, John, the other thing too, possibly is there, we have an electric bill at TSP, so that should be charged to open space. It's possible that got put in here too.
Is there anything in there from the sewer pumping station that we know of?
Oh, that's always in there. Yeah, that's our biggest bill.
Yeah, so
That thing runs like,
Also, that.
last year could have made it go up or anything, Joe, that you know of?
So if you have sewer charges for electric being charged here, why aren't we pulling those out and putting them in sewer?
Well, they are getting paid out of sewer.
Yeah. So when I look at the sewer, let's see. Well, not the sewer. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the. Let me look at the electric. And I'll tell you what gets charged there, because I think it, so North Main Street, municipal building, storage, Dumont Street, Willow Grove Road. It looks like there's a baseball field. I don't know if, are those mischarges maybe? Do we provide electricity to Stecker baseball field?
Yeah, there's electric there.
Okay. So those are the only ones I'm really seeing charged here.
Okay, so then the sewer is not even in this one.
No, I don't see any sewer.
Okay.
I have to go grab my cord for my computer. I'm nervous that it's just gonna, let me get through this and then maybe I can just put on the capital slide and then we can talk capital. And I'll step away, but I believe Brad and John has some ideas on how to handle capital. So statutory expenditures we went through. This is a deferred charge for grants. And then if we're looking at here's our debt service and our fire truck loan. And for capital improvement fund, what we have in here is, this would be $100,000 just general capital improvement fund, $307,500 for the roads, and then $101,000 for DOT matches. So the $300,000 is what the engineer's estimate is for, I don't know if I'm saying it right, but the IOU project or something like that. It's where I think it's not a DOT project, but I guess maybe water mains are getting replaced. Yeah. So to coincide with that project, we would be repairing those roads. And so his budget for that was $307,500. And then the DOT matches for Washington and Dumont is $101,000. So, so that's where we're at with capital improvement fund. And I believe that's right now, that's it for we have our debt, and I believe our reserve for uncollected taxes, and then that's where we're left at for basically our operating expenses.
Uncollected taxes, are people not paying their taxes? Is that what that is?
So this is a line item, and John might be able to explain this a little bit better, but we collect taxes, but we never collect 100% of our taxes, yet we have to pay the county and the schools 100% of their tax levy. So this allows for that percentage that is not collected to be able to support our budget.
Okay.
Good job, Karen. Perfect.
John, when were you entering all those numbers in and changes in? Because I think I have to hide all my cells for it to work on mine.
So where I have everybody now with all the cuts that we've made, you are now $69,000 under the cap. So you are cap compliant with the expenditure cap. You are still over cap about $70,000 for the levy cap. But when we talk about capital, we'll discuss how we're going to fund the capital. Right now, obviously, you couldn't introduce because you still have the $70,000 to work on, but you are at 5.5-cent increase, and where that takes you is $149 a year for the average local taxpayer. But I know we're going to work on this and get this down.
All right, so I'm just going to go to the capital request sheet now. It's in 2 columns. However, you might just want to think of it in all in one. So I'm just going to kind of probably move these back over. And then we can take it from there. Hold on.
John, what's the percent increase right now over last year?
The percent increase to the tax rate is 9.43%.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so if you're taking a look at this spreadsheet here is all of the capital requests for 2020. So a DPW backhoe, I believe part of it has been, oh, are you guys there? Sorry. I just plugged my computer.
That's the second year. We did 55 last year.
Yeah, so that's that. DPW salt spreader, V-Box and plow for $180,000. 16-yard chipper container for $73.50, 12-yard open top container for $49.60, the flatbed deck, a new pickup truck, bay door aprons, some municipal building improvements, which I think he had on his requests what those are, a new septic system, and then the PD had an e-ticketing system and then a mobile signboard. So those are an additional $540,000 that you'll have to discuss and see exactly what you want to either include in the budget or finance, but we had some ideas on that. So these are above and beyond what you saw on the other screen, except there was a $100,000 line item that could be used to fund some of these projects. And I believe you do also have capital fund balance and capital improvement funds that you could also utilize to fund these. So John, do you know what those balances are? I think totaling between capital improvement,
I do.
you already have, it's like 250 or something like that.
Your capital fund balance, you have $112,000 in there. Your capital improvement fund, you have $130,000 in there. Plus there's another $100,000 in this year's budget. So that would bring it up to $230,000. This is one of those areas where I was going to suggest doing some things with capital. So.
Oh, Tyler, 1 second. Lisa, I see you're back on. Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you able to resume recording?
Yeah, it didn't seem to stop recording, so I think we're good.
No. All right.
So Karen, going back to the budget, how much of these are in the budget draft currently?
So right now in the actual budget, we only have $100,000 budgeted for various projects.
And that's for the capital improvement fund?
That's in your capital improvement fund. Then what John just was saying, you have another 230,000.
Well, you're saying at 130,000 balance plus the 100 we're putting in this year to get us to the 230, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so it's
If you can go
230.
to that appropriation sheet, I think it might be easier to.
Okay. Take a look.
What's the difference between the capital improvement fund and the capital fund?
The money that you have in your general capital fund balance can be used to fully fund an ordinance. It cannot be used as down payment money, or it could be brought into your budget to offset capital improvement items. Capital improvement fund, you can either use that to fund an ordinance, or you can fund the 5% of debt. If you authorize debt to do an improvement, you would take the down payment money out of capital improvement fund. And just to go over those numbers one more time so we're clear, there's $130,000 at the end of the year, 2019, in your capital improvement fund. This budget's going to add another $100,000 to that if that's what you choose. So you would be at $130,000 in capital improvement fund. In the general capital fund balance, there's $112,000, and you can bring that money or a portion of that money into the current year budget if that's what you choose to do. So hypothetically, you have is it Richline Road? Is that the one that's going to be Richline Hill Road? Does that sound about right? You're going to do a paving project there, part grant or part your money?
That's for next year, I think.
Yeah. So I think the road improvements for the water main project, the 307,000, and then the DOT matches for Washington and Dumont. Those are the road programs, I believe, for 2020.
Right.
Okay, because the 150,000 for Richline Hill is here in this budget already.
That's the grant, right?
Yeah, we just need to bring the grant in to realize the grant.
So the local match was $101,000 if you do the other grant funded ones. So hypothetically, you could bring $101,000 into your budget as a revenue from the general capital fund balance to offset that cost. That's why I'm not overly concerned right now with you being above the levy cap, because you do have some options here.
So does this draft have that that offset to the 101 in here?
No.
Ah,
I'm proposing it to you so that you know what your options are. And then
okay.
if we plug it in, then your taxes, a tax point is just under $60,000, so $59,500. Bring in 101,000, that's 1.6 cents or 7 cents roughly.
So I have a question for the TC. So we have Rick Line grant we were approved for. It's in the 20 budget, but the work isn't scheduled till next year. I personally think if we can, being that Rick Line is right next to Washington and right over by the other project, that we should try to do it this year. What do you guys think?
It's not next to Washington.
Yeah, it
Well,
is.
I guess it runs perpendicular.
Yeah, it intersects it. So, like, we're gonna have all the paving guys in that area. So it would probably save us money if we coordinate that road with all the other work that's in that area. Because if you wait till next year, you got to bring all that equipment out again. So I don't think, I think we should do that one.
Are you talking the whole distance or just from Washington to 57?
I'm talking about Rick Line.
Yeah, I know. Rick Line goes across.
Oh,
50.
Well, what's the grant for? What's the 150 cover?
I'm not sure.
I know it was just a 57, wasn't it, Joe?
Yeah, the grant covers Washington Street to Route 57, and I had conversation with Mike Benelli. That cart path has to be widened in areas by 2 feet. So that was going to be, DPW was going to take on that part to widen that cart path, and then it's only a 2-inch overlay from Washington Street to 57. No milling of any sort, just overlaying it.
So here's my take on that. What's the difference in the dollars that we'd have to put into the budget then? How much would it add?
So we would have to put in $31,180 of our own money for Rich Line.
All right, so
Half of the 101.
here's my take on it. So obviously this year we got this whole virus situation. The economy's taking a huge hit. People are losing their jobs. A lot of people aren't going to get pay increases at all. I know I'm not getting a pay increase. If we could delay it till next year when hopefully the economy rebounds and people are in better financial position, I would rather not do it in this year's budget because we don't even know what's hitting us financially this year. Now,
Here's the thing. So just keep this in mind, Frank. We're getting a grant. We have to do the work in 2 years. Otherwise we lose the grant. Second point is it'll be cheaper if we do it this year because the equipment will be out there. And we can take it out of the capital improvement fund. We don't have to budget 100,000. What we can do is the New Jersey DOT matches, we raise it by the 31, and then we lower the capital improvement fund by the 31,000. So it's zero impact.
all right, well, all I'm concerned with is the impact on the budget. So if you're
We can make it, that's what I'm saying, we can make it budget neutral. And I think Karen or John, if we do it that way, it's budget neutral, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
all right, so if it's budget neutral, so you're telling me there's no addition. So,
You just shift it out of capital improvement, reduce that, put it into the DOT matches, and we do the work this year because there's a couple reasons. One is I think it'll be cheaper because if we can coordinate it with the other projects, we could probably get it. And right now the asphalt prices should be lower because oil is lower. Next year, if everything comes back, oil could go back up.
so I just want to be clear though. You're telling me that by doing that, we're not adding any dollars to our budget?
No, we would not. We can take it out of capital improvement. We just fund the capital improvement fund less.
Right. That capital improvement fund will go down to 69,000, and the New Jersey DOT matches will go to 132,000.
Yep.
No net
Okay, so
increase.
then what Karen was
Yes.
saying, so. As long as there's no impact on the budget and on the tax increase, I'm fine with it.
It shouldn't.
Yeah, I think we should do it while we have everything there too. And I agree with the asphalt prices are pretty low now. And in a year from now, who knows what's going to happen with that.
Yeah, because everything's delayed,
Yep.
potentially, you know. It's only
And
gonna,
Frank seems satisfied because it doesn't impact the final budget. So that's my 2 cents. Anybody else want to?
I
Yeah.
agree. I
Yeah,
also
I'm good
agree
with
with
that.
what Brad's saying.
yeah, because then we can get Washington and Rick Line and all pace that are done in this year, and that whole area will be set for, you know, the next 20, 30 years, and we won't have to do work up there for a while.
Exactly how I'm thinking of it.
Me too.
Yeah,
So then the question that I would pose to you is that original 101,000 that was going into the NJDOT matches, do we want to bring 101,000 from the general capital fund balance as a revenue into our budget this year to offset the matches? Because you've already taken 31,000 out of capital improvement fund there. So then the difference is going to be the 101,000.
that's what Brad was proposing, right, Brad?
No, that's separate from what I was saying.
What's our benefit of doing that, John?
You would reduce taxes by your tax rate by the 101,000, and you would be cap compliant at that point.
How much do we need to be cap compliant?
79,000.
What's the downfall of doing it, John?
You just won't have general capital fund balance left to do it in future years.
Now let's do it.
What's that mean? Does that have a real significant?
Well,
impact?
if you wanted to do, let's say you popped open the capital request tab there. If you could do that real quick.
Mhm.
All right, so you have $112,000 in capital fund balance right now. If you wanted to do the DPW backhoe for 56,000, you can do an ordinance for 56,000. And I know it's probably a bad example. Let's use another one. Just go to the PD mobile signboard. That's the cell we're in. $11,100. If you wanted to do an ordinance and fully fund it, one of your funding sources could be the capital fund balance because it has $112,000 in there. If you move out the 101,000 out of there, then you're left with $12,000 in there, and you could still do the PD mobile signboard, but now you have no other capital fund balance left. The whole idea behind the fund balance is you can either fund a project within capital, or you can bring it into the current fund to either pay down debt or fund a project through the budget.
So
You have
if we-
money available to do that.
Does the backhoe go away then, for example? If we only have 12,000 left, can you buy the backhoe or not? Or
Not with, well, if you don't use the 101,000 in the budget, if we keep everything the way it is right now, you have $112,000 that you could buy capital items with.
So before we pull the 101 in, let's talk about the capital. Let's do that first, and then we can see where we are and how much we could pull in. So, I mean, the backhoe, the other half of the backhoe, where's that? The from 19. Where does that sit? Does that sit in the 112?
That might be sitting in, no, it
130?
might be sitting in the 130.
Okay.
Do you know if an ordinance was passed last year to actually fund a backhoe? To actually authorize the purchase of?
We authorized budgeting it. I don't recall if,
Yeah, I think we budgeted the money, that the first 55,000 or so. Joe, let me ask you real quick, Brad, and not to interrupt. With the money challenges that we're looking right now, would we be better off at a lease purchase right now then? And my question then, does that fall into capital and not into the general funds?
You can lease purchase. Last year, I know I looked into the lease purchase. They had 5-year deals, and there was no penalty for early payoff. I did talk to them briefly about that. They said they did change it. I don't know what the changes are on the lease purchase.
What was the payment on the lease purchase, if you don't mind, if you remember?
The 5 years, hold on, I got the paperwork here from last year. Now, mind you that this backhoe has gone up to.
No, yeah, I understand.
103 to 111. Let me see here what I got.
And then, John Mooney, wouldn't we be able to do this just like the police vehicles outside of our cap, right?
This one, yes, and it's specialized police vehicles, anything four-wheel drive you could do outside.
Right, exactly, right.
Excuse me.
While you're looking that up, John, if presumably if the other half of this cost was in the capital improvement fund, if we purchased the backhoe this year, then couldn't we just draw down the 108,000 or 111, whatever it is, out of the capital improvement fund?
You can, because you're going to have 130,000 in there at year end, and now you're going to put another 69,000 in. So you're going to be roughly just shy of $200,000 in the capital improvement fund. And if you're telling me, I vaguely remember that we increased capital improvement fund last year for this, so that we can get the money over there. So if that money's part of that money is capital for the backhoe, then yeah. Then
It should have
you
been
can-
55,000 put in there.
Yeah, so you don't have to draw the backhoe out of the general capital fund. We can draw it out of the capital improvement fund.
Yep.
So why don't we just do that?
You can do that. The question is now your capital improvement fund will come down by, say, how much is it in total?
Was it 111, Joe?
Yeah, 111 is what Joe said.
So you'll be down to about $89,000 left in capital improvement fund.
Right.
And then that's funding source if you had to go out, if you were doing any kind of other project with debt associated to it, that's your down payment money on your debt. Debt requires a 5% down payment.
Right. So on the sheet here, Karen, can you to the right put like for column G a fund, like which fund we could take it out of?
Okay.
So then my question on the rest of this stuff is I know when we got all the proposals, when we met the first time, my understanding is we were okay with funding for sure the PD ticketing and the mobile sign. So those were kind of committed to.
I think so, yes.
We can't take those out.
I'm gonna move.
Well, you know what? I could get on board with taking that mobile signboard out. If we're challenging for money and stuff, again, just my opinion, I just don't know where that's going to make that significant of an impact in anything.
By the way, nothing's off the table.
The e-ticketing is definite. We gotta put that in. Because that was going to save us money in the long run. So I don't want to take that off.
No, yeah, I wasn't talking that. I was just on the signboard.
Yeah, so is Rich still on? Rich, what do you think about pushing the signboard off for a year?
Well, we actually pushed that on him last year when we had the problems with Beatty's Road and with the truck traffic, which is still extremely bad. I don't know that sign's going to resolve it. I think we need to look.
Up there.
What's that?
No, I'm checking if Richie's on. He is on.
That mobile sign really was our idea last year when we were having trouble with, we wanted to put up for Beatty's Road notice and also for no truck traffic. So we kind of like pushed that on him. And then we thought about, we could use it even for Community Day and things like that. So I don't know that we need it, but I don't know. Rich, you on? You want to throw anything in here or not? It's something we kind of like threw on his back. It's not something like he actually requested.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Rich. I don't know if you're trying to talk, but we can't hear you. Not really, Rich. There's a number on the bottom of the Zoom. If you click on audio, I think, or there's a picture of a phone, you could actually dial into the phone number instead of, I don't know, you might be using the Zoom session to communicate. I think it's easier to dial in and use your phone to communicate. Or there's a chat. But, I don't know. All right, so we'll see if we can't.
Well, yeah, while we're waiting for the chief, and I know that the DPW salt spreader V-Box all the way down through the pickup truck are wish list items. The pickup truck would probably be the most beneficial, but at this stage of the game, if we're having one of these stretches, Joe, we can live without that if need be, right?
Yeah, we can live without that. Also, Chief Hummer and I have been talking to Outfit, and I think the mayor might be included. I think Enterprise Fleet for lease purchasing these, like they'll do a pickup truck or stuff for us, and we lease purchase it for 4 or 5 years at a low amount. Then they'll come and do like the swap out deal. Maybe something to consider for the DPW and police department for pickup trucks and things like that. I know, and the chief talked to Washington Township. I talked to their DPW superintendent also, and they're looking to do mason dumps and pickup trucks. So that might be another option wise where you're not buying the whole thing, and then we're getting rid of them when they're due to start being maintenance headaches.
Well, here's another thing I was wondering with this. Can we cut a lot of that just in half like we did with the backhoe and just budget, just do half this year and hopefully do the other half next year? Especially like the septic system or something like that. I mean, that's 75,000 right there and cut in half. John?
I don't think, honestly, Bob, some of these big ticket items, I don't think you're going to be able to do any of this stuff without bonding it. That's just my personal opinion.
I agree wholeheartedly with Brad on that.
Yeah, I agree. So where are we at? We're just taking the salt spreader down or what?
Well, what's the flat deck bed?
That whole setup was like a roll-off truck. So everything there from number 4 down to number 7 was all components to this truck.
Okay.
So they could all go off. That unit would be replacing a 1995 dump truck with a snowplow. I don't need another large dump truck like that. We just push it off to another year. We push it off to another year. Even the pickup truck at that. The only other one there is the bay door aprons. I believe I have that in under buildings and grounds maintenance and small projects. That's $7,000.
Yeah, I thought you had it there too. Yeah, I thought it was there.
That's for the new building to get the aprons done and to remove the stone. That's not under this capital.
Oh, so I can delete this.
Well, wait,
Okay.
no. Isn't that a capital item though? Doesn't that qualify as a capital item? I'd rather take it out of the operating budget. Do you have it in the operating budget?
That's what I want to check. Hold on.
I thought it was in buildings and grounds last year.
I mean, if we can capitalize it, then just take it out of the capital fund and take the operations.
And that's nothing more than just the material. DPW would be doing the work.
So I don't know if it's in this budget here. I don't think so.
Yeah, it doesn't look it.
It doesn't look like it.
So then just,
No, it was under new construction and improvements. Yes.
Okay, I might have thought of, I probably didn't put it on this side because I thought it was a capital item.
Yeah. Yeah. That, but I think it is, because that's where the new septic system and everything else is. So it was a capital item. My mistake.
Karen, if you go back to the capital requests,
Sure.
if we fund on the recommended, right, so we're going to fund
Yep.
the 6 for the
The
back.
what? So you're gonna do, well, we don't have to, well, okay. So we're gonna fund this.
I'm thinking all this stuff can come out of the capital improvement fund, but let's just do the 56, right? You got the bay door aprons, the e-ticketing, and then I guess the mobile sign will have to wait. So if we did the 72.4, so that's 72.4, and then we have another 55 for the backhoe from last year, right? Because that'll get us to the 111. That would give us 127,400. That would come out of the capital improvement fund, which would have the 199. That would leave us with $72,000, right? And to John, your point,
I got you at roughly $72,000. Yep.
yeah, 72. And if I divide that by 5%, that means you could do a capital bonding of $4 million and meet your obligation. I think we have enough money to do a down payment on any kind of bonding.
Yep.
Right. I think that we'd still have enough in there to cover 5% on other stuff, right? Because right now we don't have $1.4 million of projects on the not yet anyway. Plus next year it can go up. So if we fund that out of the capital improvement fund, we don't have to take any general capital. So how much do we need now to get our cap, how much to move out of the cap fund in to revenues to meet the total levy cap? 69,000?
You are $70,000.
So Karen, why don't we let's just take what we need. This way we leave, I guess we'd leave 42,000 in that general fund, right?
So when you mean to move some money out of capital improvement fund here?
No. So into the revenues, right? Is that how?
Oh, yeah.
You're going to put 70 in out of the general capital fund.
Yeah, which I'm just gonna make a note of that because I unhid some cells. My formulas might get a little screwy. So we're gonna add 70 as a revenue from capital fund balance.
Why don't we, take a little more just so that we're absolutely under.
Okay, make it 80. I don't know how much more you want to take.
Well, 70. Let's take it to 75. Just hypothetically, we could always change the number.
Okay.
All right, 75,000. 75,000 puts you $6,000 to the good, because that does affect your reserve for uncollected taxes as well. That's why it's not dollar for dollar, and that puts you at 4.2 cent increase, or $114 for the year. And there's still other things that we can discuss with deferred school tax, our favorite topic.
Okay, so we're at 4.2 cents. We fund all those capital items out of capital improvement.
Yep.
All those roads. What is
So what's
everybody?
the average cost per homeowner at the 4.2 cents?
At 4.2 cents, it'll cost $114 for the year or $9.50 a month.
And what's the percent increase? Was that bring it down?
Oh, the percent increase was 7.22%.
Okay.
But keep in mind, out of the 4.2 cents, right, just to put it into perspective here, you know, almost 1.5 cents of that is PFRS.
Mhm.
So we're only getting 2.7 cents for everything else.
PFRS, why don't you explain that in case anybody watches this video? And me.
Thank you.
It's the pension contribution,
Okay.
and we don't have any leeway over that. I mean, it is what it is. State determines the amount, and we have to.
All right, so that's where we're at now. Right, we're gonna have another meeting on this. So, I mean, I'd like to try to get it to 3 cents.
Do you have other items you want to consider? I mean,
Well, I want to digest it, and then when we meet again, I think we should see what we could come up with. I don't think we're done. Does everybody think we're done?
No,
No. So,
I can touch on one more thing with this, where we're at here. We make that adjustment to the deferred school taxes every year to do road projects. And the little history behind this is, I think everybody here, nobody here was on the committee that decided this back in 2015. But it was decided back then that you were going to take down $250,000 a year for the next 5 years, come up with 1.25, $1,250,000 to do road projects. And we've been doing that year after year, but we've also hit it for a couple of other things as well. And even last year, we took another 150,000 out of it. So the total that we took out of deferred school tax was 400,000 last year. This year, I only took the 250,000 out, but we have $307,000 worth of road projects. So, I didn't max out what we can take. You still have room within your deferred school tax, but I think at some point you have to stop using that and start thinking about just doing, if we're going to do a lot of roads, it might be beneficial to do a road bond. And think maybe 5 years out, and what are the next 5 years of roads going to be? How much is it going to cost if we did it now, and let's just bond for it and get it done with? Because if you keep whittling down this deferred school tax, there's not going to be anything for a rainy day. And I really think that this year, you're going to see it rain. With us going into whatever kind of recessionary period that we might be in, I really think your taxes are going to come in. Your tax collection percentage is going to be lower this year. I think you're going to find that there's going to be some people who are going to be delinquent at year end because they're going to get hit by this impact. And it's going to have that trickle effect. And typically when we have years like that, where you may lose some surplus because of economic conditions outside of your control, that's when we like to tap into the deferred school tax so that you at least come out even. You know, you can absorb anything. Now you still have over $2 million that you can raise up in your deferred school tax. I'm not saying you're anywhere close to the max yet, but I just want to get you continuing to think that at some point maybe we got to put an end to, you know, tapping into that year after year for road projects. Just a thought to put out there. Again, I've only increased it 250,000. Your road projects in the budget are 307,000. So if you said, hey, take it up to 307,000, that's another tax point right there, because that's another $57,000. So I just need your guidance on that kind of stuff, maybe before the next time we meet, and where you'll be comfortable with as a committee with the tax rate coming in this year.
John, just a general question on this one. I mean, I don't even want to use the 250. I'm going to be honest with you. How do we?
No, we can't hear you, Brad. Say it again.
You hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
My question is, how do we get it to zero? Meaning, how do we do this year to get the 250 to not take 250 out of there?
You would have to fund it all within your budget, or you would have to go out and do a bond to continue the road projects. Again, and I bring it back to the former council that was here before you guys were even here, how they said that this is what we're going to do over the next 5 years. You know, we're at the end of that time now, and I don't want to continue to keep using it and doing it. That's why I'm saying maybe you take a look forward and what are the roads that we're going to do over the next 5 years? Does it make sense to go out, borrow $1 million now, and then start paying that off through a bond, you know, over time, rather than continue to draw down that deferred school tax? It's nice to have, and you had a lot more of it 5 years ago. I'm just concerned if this continues at a rate that it does, we're going to be, you know, we're going to dwindle it down over the next 5 years just as much as we did the last 5 years.
But if my question is, if we bonded the 307, the road projects, that's not going to change the balance of the 250 that you got in the budget this year, right?
Well, I would reverse that out and take it, because right now what happens with that is when you increase the deferred school tax, your fund balance goes up, so you can use more fund balance to balance your budget.
Yeah.
So if we took the 307 out of the budget, I would take the 250 out of the budget, and that's where you would be.
So, I mean, I personally, I thought the idea was we weren't going to use any of the deferred school tax this year, meaning I certainly don't want to raise it. That's my personal opinion. I didn't even want to use $1 of it. But the only way to get that to zero is to, then what's everyone's opinion to say, we consider bonding the road projects and the capital items that we have on the capital requests? Because you could do the road projects, you could do the backhoe, you could do the other capital items we have on there in one bond.
I'm totally in agreement with you, Brad. I'd like to bring that down to zero, and if we have the 5% to go out and bond all of these projects, I think that's the way we should go as well. My opinion.
Brad, are you including the future roads like John suggested for the next 5 years and bringing it into this, or just once we're at?
No, I'm just talking about bonding the items that we know about for the budget this year, the capital items. So the roads, the matching numbers for the grants, because we can bond that, the equipment on a fund. So you're talking probably close to $500,000, maybe it's a little more. I don't know what the number is, but
I thought it was like 540, am I right? Or not? Can we bring that page back up?
Well,
It's 500.
500?
I'll let you guys
No,
finish.
Well, it was 540 plus the roads.
No, I'm not talking, no, not that 540.
Okay, which one you
You're talking
talking
about the
about?
roads.
You've got, go to the appropriate road page. You've got, so you got the 307, right?
Right.
Mhm.
You have so you have 307, you have the 132, that could be bonded, right?
Mhm.
Then go to the
Well,
capital.
again, we brought 75,000 over from capital.
Right. But if we were to undo that and bond everything, keep the capital balances, don't bring anything over, and we do a bond, I'm just throwing out an alternative way.
Sure.
307, 132, and then go to the capital requests.
132.
Tobacco is actually 111. And then you got another 7,000 and 9,000, call it 16.5, right? So it's 307. Let me just get my calculator here. Hold on. 307. Sorry, 307 plus 132 plus 111 plus 16.5. It'd be $566,500. So if you bonded that amount, you could pay for the roads, the DOT grant match, the backhoe, and the aprons and the ticketing item. We wouldn't have to touch our capital fund. We wouldn't have to touch the capital improvement. And then we would also not have to bring any money in from deferred school tax.
And what does that do to the tax rate?
So for 2020, that would mean of that 566, we'd have to put up 5%, right? We'd have to put up $28,000, and then if we did that, if we did a bonding resolution this year, when would the first payment have to be budgeted for? Would it be 21?
It would be 21. If it was permanent debt and a serial bond that you went out with, which I don't think you would get it for that low of an amount, but if you went out for bond anticipation notes,
yeah, we just do anticipation notes.
you have 3 years in which no principal payment would be required, but they do have to be paid off in 10 years.
Right.
And the nice part about this, and looking forward, all right, with your debt situation, you have bond anticipation notes that are out there that we've got you on that 10-year plan of paying it off. And we got into it in 2017, and 2027 is the last year of it. If you continue, the fire truck lease is going to come off at the end of this year. And my suggestion would be don't pull that out of the budget next year. Keep it in and pay down more principal on your bond anticipation notes that are existing. And you could be paid off with that in 2026 without raising any taxes to pay off those bond anticipation notes. Okay.
Yeah,
So we can do it a year earlier than we projected initially. Come 2027, that's when we can start plowing more money. We could take that bond anticipation note money that's falling off and start aggressively paying down whatever one you enter into this year. The only wild card would be if there's anything between 2021 and 2026 that you go out and have new bond anticipation notes for. So I think your debt is manageable at this point because you have a clear end in sight. You could be done a year earlier with your bands if you take my suggestions and keep that fire truck lease in there, but use it to pay down bands. And if you borrowed the money for specific items like you are that are necessities and roads, then that's fine. That's justifiable. The only question is then what happens with next year's capital projects with the road improvements for next year? Do we need another 307,000 to come up with for that? And that's why I'm saying maybe we take a look out over the next 5 years. What roads are we going to do? What are they going to cost us? Put that plan in place, and then we can address the whole dollar amount at the next meeting and decide how we really want to tackle this.
Right. So I guess for the next discussion, can Can we take a look? So I know you're gonna run some numbers on some other things, but you were gonna do the full-time position versus part-time in the DPW thing, and then can you run a scenario where we bond these items I just talked about and how it makes the budget look versus what we have it presently? And then, that would basically show the deferred school tax as 0 for the year.
Okay. I can do
But
something like that.
the bottom line is, by doing this, you're adding to the budget, right?
Would it add to it? I don't know.
No.
Would it add?
No.
No, because if you're talking about doing the 307,000 and the 132,000, you'd be pulling those out of the budget. So you'd be pulling almost $440,000 out of your budget expenses, but we'd also be reducing the revenue by 250,000. So net would be what, 200,000 almost?
So it would actually be a reduction to the budget.
It would be a reduction to the budget.
Okay.
But you just issue debt, and you're going to have to deal with that debt,
Yeah, so you're taking it out of the current year and you're going to be in it for the next
In
10.
the future. Right.
Right, and as we stated, this current year is an extraordinary year. We don't know what's going on with the economy, so.
But here's what you can do. If we come up with a total number of the band, say the band winds up being, and we'll just throw numbers out there, say it's $750,000. If we were going to pay that off over a 10-year period, like we're doing with this other band that's out there, then we would keep $75,000 more. We would take any savings or reduction, when we put $75,000 into the note principal line, and let's build it into the budget now when we can, so that we don't have to build it into that. We don't have to come up with another $75,000 next year, because you're going to see a savings between what you're pulling out of the budget and the revenue you're pulling out of the budget. Rather than saving that, build the difference into the note principal, so that we can we can stay on track for paying that off in the right period of time. That would be my suggestion.
What about, because I do this in Mendham, what about we issue notes every single year and we take on new issues every single year and we pay down every single year.
Yep.
And it becomes kind of like a whole graph of when some notes fall off, then you bring new ones on, just because we can't afford to cash pay. Kind of similar situation.
Right.
You could probably run models showing exactly what to keep your budget level, especially with the fire truck coming off. You can start to accelerate, and each year you might be taking out a little bit more debt.
I update this every year.
Yeah.
And this is, I know I don't expect everybody to be able to read it, but I think I even sent this out to Brad and Karen this year. And this shows you where your debt are and the projected repayment dates are. I can get this to Lisa and she can send it out to everybody. I know I don't like emailing the whole group because I don't want to get that Lisa email that says, do not reply all. So I can get this out to everybody so you can see where you're at now. And then this is the biggest chunk of where, biggest part that's in play within your budget right now. So it's important to have a plan going forward and how we're going to pay it off if we do issue the debt.
So to issue the notes, just one last question. I know it's getting here. So to issue the notes, you have to have the capital plan. And how do we issue more than the items that we have listed if we don't know what they are?
You can't.
Right. That's my point. So we can't issue more than the items that we're willing to.
But if you have this list of items here, you have your road projects that you have to.
Yeah. So like when I was going through the numbers, like we have 567,000 identified.
Okay.
But we can't go out and issue $1 million because we're going to have a road project next year that we just don't know what it is yet.
You can, And you can get estimates on what projects in the future are going to be. And you can say, okay, this ordinance is going to be for all of these projects. When you do that project, doesn't matter. That ordinance gives you the ability to spend money. Like I was saying earlier, you have old ordinances that are on your books that go back to 2003 that we want to clean up. Hypothetically, you could charge off against that. So it doesn't matter how far. The ordinance just establishes what the projects you're going to do. It doesn't allow. I mean, and if you knew what projects you wanted to do in 2020, all right, and you know what projects you want to do in 2021. Say you go out and get $1 million, you have $1 million worth of stuff. You only have to you can issue $500,000 worth of debt 1 year, because those are the projects that you're doing in 2020. And then 2021, you issue the other $500,000. The ordinance is what gives you the ability to spend that money.
Okay.
So when you spend it is entirely up to you. There's no expiration date on that.
All right. That's good to know. So if you get a view of this, what it looks like by pulling the 307, the 132, and then, the corresponding revenue items you talked about, and how it looks. It sounds like net, if we dropped 150 to 200 grand, I mean, it'd almost be a no tax increase.
No, let me just run it real quick while we're here.
All right.
If I took those two
And then Brad,
items,
if I can chat in here, our original goal, which I do remember we talking about, was to eliminate the deferred school tax to get it down to zero. But at the same time, we need to maintain about $250,000 a year, in theory more, but $250,000 a year more to road improvement. That list has already been made. Joe has it, Mike has it. We could easily, keeping to our $250,000 a year, bond out for $1 million and already know what road projects need to be done.
Yeah. So you could bond out, to your point, you could bond out 20, 21, and 22.
Right, exactly. 3-4 more years down the road, right?
Yeah.
If I
The only thing I'm gonna.
Yeah, John.
I take it. Oh, go ahead. The expenses. If I take out the expenses and I reduce the revenue by the $250,000,
And
you're at a 1 penny increase.
you also got to pull out that 75
Oh, we're going to take that one out too. Okay. Hold on.
as well.
So you're at
It'd be a 2 penny increase.
Yeah. Well, a little more than that.
2.4.
All right. 2.2 cent increase with, which would be $61 for the year or $5 a month.
I could live with that if we did that.
Yeah, me too. Still want to digest this and look at it for our next meeting, but much better numbers, that's for sure.
What do you think, Brad?
I mean, obviously it helps a lot this year, right? You get this deferred school tax to zero, which, that to me is a big win. Bands right now are probably at historic lows. So getting that money borrowed now at a rate, granted the rates change once a year, so it's only for the year. But I think there's
before the coronavirus hit, LoPatCon got 1.45% interest. Since then, the market went into a tailspin. We're seeing about 3.5% interest now, but I anticipate that coming down towards the end of the summer again.
The rates went up?
Because fewer banks are getting involved in lending money right now. So the municipal markets have dried up for a little bit, and there's very little interest in municipal bonds. Even people with existing banks are finding it hard to resell those. And the banks are taking advantage by getting higher interest rates right now. That's now though, that's March 28th. What happens by the summertime? I don't know.
Wow, that's
On council.
Yeah.
interesting. I didn't think that. it
We're
would have
running
gone-
on to a 4-hour meeting now. If we could read.
Let's take the time. Let's do this. Karen, you know what numbers you're going to run, and then you're going to
Yep.
come up with a new list. So
Yep.
Frank and they have time to digest it. John, you're going to run numbers about bonding and stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
And Paul, you're going to come up with a list for the next 4 or 5 years for road projects? Because I didn't weigh in.
Yeah, it's already done. Joe has it.
I'd almost rather include it all in and make a payment every year on a bond than every year to sit here and figure out how we're coming up with $300,000 to pay for it. So it's certainly an option I'd like to see. So absent that, does anybody else have anything else to say with budget before we get these other numbers and all these figures back?
I just want to get that final number from John again. He's at 2.2 cents. How much a year increase? Average home?
Now, it represents a 3.84% increase to the tax rate. And for an average local taxpayer of $272,000 assessed home, it's $61 increase for the year, or $5.08 for a month.
Thank you. Okay, I'm good.
Okay, everybody else good? Because then I'll make a motion. We open public comment. Anybody want a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm
Frank, is
looking to see if anybody else is on.
nobody else is on? Okay, I'll make a motion to close public comment.
Wait, I'm just checking. Nope, nobody else on.
Okay, I'll make a
I'll
motion.
second.
Second, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And Brad, one other thing, I was just gonna bring that up. Yeah, what about the sewer bills? Did you want to bring that up real quick?
Yeah, so Ella sent us a communication that we have there's like 300 or so delinquencies on the sewer utility. Now, keep in mind that the sewer bills were due on March 1st. So these were normal bills due before any of this shutdown impacted anybody. So I guess the question was, the normal course of business is after 15 days, they're delinquent and delinquency notices go out. So she's asking because there's other institutions that, are going to be impacted by this as far as what's the township going to do for delinquencies, grace periods, interest penalties, all that kind of stuff. Which I think is a bigger discussion because it's going to impact, obviously, the tax payments too. But I did ask her, I said, well, how many delinquencies did we have at this point last year? And she said it was around 300. So it hasn't really changed. It's the same amount. So do we send delinquency notices out or not is the question that we need to address. Because I really didn't think the coronavirus thing was going to impact anybody until the second quarter, right? Because the state didn't get shut down until like the 18th. So March 1st payments should have been made, so anybody who's delinquent, it's not because of coronavirus, it's something else. So just putting that out there. But now going forward, I think there's a bigger discussion here about, and I don't know if we want to do it now, but because Ella did send that note because she was getting questions from, mortgage institutions to remit payments for property taxes to municipalities. And are we extending periods of payment? Are we going to offer any kind of additional time to pay or not impose as much interest penalty, all those kind of things, which we can't finalize that now. I don't even know what the rules are. Because the thing is, we have cash flow, right? And cash flow issue, John already mentioned that if needed, we could do tax anticipation notes. But keep in mind, we still have to pay the school their taxes. We still have to pay the county their taxes. So we can't be floating all this money without having a way to float it. And we still have to pay Phillipsburg their fees for the sewer. So we can't just say, okay, everybody, don't worry about it, because we still have to pay everyone we have to pay. So we don't want to put ourselves into a cash flow position needlessly. So I don't know what the answers are because this is new territory. I no knowledge on how you kind of navigate this situation, but that's the topic. What are we going to do?
Personally,
People who are
can I just throw out a couple of numbers before you discuss this?
sure.
Okay. At the end of 2018, your total sewer delinquency was $270,000. At the end of 2019, your total delinquency was $75,000. So I don't necessarily know that your sewer account receivables are fluctuating. When you're delinquent, it's, it doesn't necessarily mean it's non-payment. It's different with rent payers calling it delinquent taxes versus delinquent rents. It's just a timing issue more than anything. I would be curious to know how much money those 300 people owe, or the 300 delinquent properties owe. So maybe that's a better indicator of where you're at. I've seen municipalities begin to cancel year-end penalties. I've seen them begin to reduce the percentage on delinquent taxes. And I just have not seen them extend any grace periods. So keep that in mind. And as far as cash flow goes, you're pretty good cash-wise for now. What we're recommending to all of our municipalities, and even though you're good, I'd still recommend that you get bond counsel to put a tax anticipation note resolution together so that you have it in your back pockets if you need it later on in the year, because you have to have the resolution in place before you go out and borrow the money. Borrowing the money will take you anywhere from 7 to 10 days. So if you have that resolution in place, then you can basically borrow money by the end of the next week if you know your cash flow is going to be low. If you don't have that in place, you have to get the resolution passed at the next meeting, and then it'll still take you 7 to 10 days to get the money. So it might be worth just having your bond counsel write up a resolution to have that tax anticipation note resolution done and in your back pocket in case you need it. And now I'll
Lisa,
be
if you
quiet.
remember what John's talking about, can you call the bond council and see if you can do that resolution for us for next meeting?
Sure, no problem.
I just want to add too, because in Mendon we just did this, and we contacted the state about taxes. So we just went to 0% interest, and it affects all of our delinquencies. However, I don't believe that towns are allowed to push the deadline back. I think that has to come down from the state. So you could forgive the percent interest. So say, anyone's paying this quarter, they won't have any interest accruing, and they don't have to, and it goes back to from when they start their delinquency, they will not owe that interest. So we just did that with taxes. And then you can change it back. So when this disaster is over, at the end of the year, you could maybe put the interest back on. And if those people still hadn't paid, they're still going to owe the interest, if that makes sense.
We need a resolution to do that, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yes.
And do that for like a time period to say from X date to X date. Is that how Mendham did it?
Yeah, so they did it from the day I think that the mayor declared it a state of emergency to maybe the day that the state of emergency gets lifted. I believe that's how it reads. I can forward you a copy of it just to take a look.
All right. So why don't we put that on the agenda for April's meeting?
Yeah. And one other interesting statistic I heard in the last week, though, is over 90% of the tax bills are paid for by banks. And they anticipate banks will keep payments made up because they don't want to go into default. But if their cash flow hurts, who knows what will happen in the long run. But
I think
they're not anticipating it to be with a hit as you would think.
And I think part of the $2 trillion rescue package is providing banks and those mortgage companies with a way to borrow that cash, knowing that people aren't going to be making the mortgage payments because I think, didn't the federal government say they're going to extend it or something? So
Yeah,
we're going to have to wait to borrow the money in order to pay the taxes.
yeah. Okay, so anything else?
There's one other thing I wanted to bring up here because then we can talk about it and maybe approve something for April, which is, Lisa, if you and Ella could look into how much, first, if it's even possible. So we have the online payment system, and the online payment system a fee to pay online. Plus, if you pay by credit card, there's also a percentage fee as well, right? Isn't that how it works?
There is, and that's why at the last meeting, I had brought up, based on Ella's suggestion, that we go with a different company for the online payments for both tax and sewer. And the
Right.
estimated amount that she came up with was, I think, $1,250 flat fee for the year to the township, but then there would be no fees to the payees, which would
So-
increase, in theory, our online payments.
So I think, yeah, we need to understand how you transfer to the new system because that probably is going to take some work. In the meantime, what I was going to ask is, until we switch to a new payer system, can the town pay for the fees on behalf of anyone who's paying online? Can we ask the current vendor if they can charge the town instead of charging the person who's paying?
Okay.
Because we want to encourage people to pay online and pay by check because we don't want people coming to the building anymore.
What are we talking about? What's the fee for somebody to pay online?
I don't know. It's not cheap though, because I know I don't pay online because it's not cheap.
Yeah, I think the issue with it is that it's a percent. So, when you're going to make your tax payment, it's significant.
It's not inexpensive. Let's just put it that way.
Right.
But to encourage people to, opportunity to pay online, if we can make it less expensive for them, I think it helps us.
We're going to have to end this meeting. What, you want to put that in this budget?
Well, we
Brad,
need it.
letting Brad talk, Bob. He's just, the budget's going to keep going up.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
I make the motion to adjourn.
Hold on a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Well, before everybody leaves, is there going to be another budget meeting?
You're gonna have
Oh,
to.
you're gonna-
Well, we have to set
Yeah,
that up once the numbers are all done.
Lisa, you could coordinate with everybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, everybody, be safe.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye, everybody.
Aye.